$29.6 billion, representing a staggering 48.1% of GDP. In 2020, despite the difficulties faced by the diaspora due to the COVID-19, remittances increased by nearly a quarter of a billion US dollars from the 2019 figures of 309.79 million. The president, through his statement, acknowledged that despite their contributions, the diaspora faced difficulties in acquiring relevant documentation from agents of government in pursuing ventures, projects, and programs, but gave the reassurance that through the Office of the President, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and other ministries, departments, and agencies will redouble their efforts to resolve implementation bottlenecks and operate. He further stated the government's commitment to work closely with the MSDG project and others to facilitate expanded and enhanced diaspora contribution. The forum was organized by the Migration and Sustainable Development in the Gambia, led by Professor Jeb. The development plan as a forum, it says, the Stake in the Nation Forum is a mandate as an annual consultative event in the Gambia's National Development Plan (NDP) as a forum to enable the Gambian diaspora, which is the 8th region of the country, to engage with government ministries, departments, and agencies, as well as NGOs and CSOs on a wide range of developmental matters. Formal statements and interactive thematic workshops, formal keynote addresses, statements were given by the Honorable Member and Child Ministers. We expect him to see ministers and so forth. Other key dignitaries who are all expected to be part of the program. 8.
Yes, thank you.
But I wonder if this program will start by 11 11. The State in the Nation Forum is part of the MSDD Technical Cooperation Program.
Yes, hello. Yes, yes, hello. Yes, hello. Yes, yes, yes,
seen na fi li ngay def because lii moo tax xanaa ma seet loolu anti bàyyil fa boobu noonu
doom jàngal sama doom jàngal boo magee bari xam-xam sama doom jàngal sama doom jàngal boo magee bari man-man beeko bi bari na fi mbona mi bari na fi te mbas mi bari na fi sama doom jàngal sama doom jàngal sama doom jàngal boo magee saafaraal sama doom jàngal sama doom jàngal boo magee sakanal jaxaay yi gisatuñu leen te ne yi gisatuñu leen te ñay yi gisatuñu leen sama doom jàngal sama doom jàngal sama doom jàngal boo magee saafaraal sama doom jàngal sama doom jàngal boo magee sakanal jaww ji li ceeku na ala bi wàññeeku na te àddina nemeeku na sama doom jàngal sama doom jàngal sama doom jàngal boo magee bari xam-xam sama doom jàngal sama doom jàngal boo magee bari man-man sama doom jàngal sama doom jàngal boo magee saafaraal sama doom jàngal sama doom jàngal boo magee sakanal
The program itself, huh? Okay. After we come to that, huh?
We can come to I think we can dilate more and center more of our discussion on the importance of the diaspora in the country,
Okay.
what they do,
Okay.
how they contributed since the take of the dictator.
It's a new day and another high-profile forum here at the Sadora Karaba Jawara International Conference Center in Bigelow. Today, January 8th, another high-profile forum. Today's forum will be centered on the Fifth Stake in the Nation Forum. It's a forum which is part of the Migration and Sustainable Development Project of the Gambia, which seeks to enhance and expand the participation of Gambian diaspora. It's an important project that was incorporated into the government's National Development Plan 2018 to 2021. It's a very important forum today, which is expected to see more than 400 participants who will all be here to join the forum and talk about remittances, talk about Gambian diaspora involvement and development. So I am Osman Jata, and with me, my co-host is Binta Jalo. We'll be taking you today's program, giving you all the latest updates about the forum to make sure that you are updated about what is happening here at the Sadora Kairaba Jawara International Conference Center. Binta, I think this is a very important forum in as much as the Gambia's development is concerned. Today is not about politics, but it's about the road to national development, the road to starting the journey towards development, because we have seen in December 4th, presidential elections, Gambians have voted in a new president. But today we are kicking off. Today is not politics, Binta. I think it will be important for you to buttress more on this.
Right. Hello, Gambia, and hello, world, like Usman Jetta said. It's a new day and a very beautiful day, as today marks another important historic day in this country. And of course, when you talk about diaspora, you know, even a small kid will know what the diaspora does for this country. And of course, when we talk about development, diaspora is a key stakeholder in the developmental area of this country. So it's a very beautiful day. And of course, like he said, we are going to take you through the program and of course tell you all about the program. And I believe a lot of people, since this has started and is the fifth time is happening in this country, I believe a lot of people would be with the program. And like he said, over 400 people is expected to be in attendance of this program today. And of course, it was said that the president of the country is going to open the session, but we got information that now instead of him opening the session, the vice president, Her Excellency, would be here to open this session. This is a very important and historic event, Usman.
Very much, Binta, for those wonderful intros, actually. So let's go straight into the program proper. With regard to the program today, it's all about the MSDG, as I made mention earlier. It's about the Migration and the Sustainable Development Project of the Gambia, which seeks to enhance and expand Gambian diaspora participation in the national development of the country. As we know, the diaspora is the 8th region in the Gambia, following a part of the 7 regions of the country. So now the diaspora is also added to the regions, and it happens to be the 8th region. So it's very important for the fact that the diaspora participates in the Gambia's national development, and this is something that is very crucial in as much as the country's development is concerned. So like I said, the MSDG project is the first phase of the pilot project of the MSDG project was started in 2018, August 2018, in 2017, rather, in August 2017 to 2018 December. So that was when the first pilot project started. But it will be important for you to know that the project was drafted and designed by the government of the Gambia together with GK partners, and it was co-financed by the Swiss Agency for Cooperation for Development and Cooperation together with GK partners. So these are the people, or these are the partners who co-finance the project. So it's a very important project, as it talks about the role of diaspora in the Gambia and how they can participate in the national development of the country to make sure that the Gambia goes forward on. So the overall objectives of the MSGD Gambia is to enhance the role of Gambian diaspora in national development as the 8th region of the country. The specific goals are to create a fully operationalized and participate in the Gambia's development. So those are some of the key goals of the MSDG, and it's a very important project in the Gambia here, which seeks to promote development in the Gambia by allowing, or by making sure that the diaspora, which happens to be the 8th region, to also come in. So I think it's something that is very important. And as mentioned by Binta, the president was supposed to give the keynote address, but it's like what we have on the itinerary, it's like the vice president, who is Dr. Aissatou Toure, will be joining us, and she will be the one giving the keynote address. So it's a very important program. It's a very important project. project for the development of the Gambia. As I mentioned, today it's not about politics, it's about the road to development, the road to national development, which is very key in the Gambia, because we know the Gambia is a growing nation, and with time we hope to reach that level as other countries like Singapore and other notable countries in the world. So now joining me live is Mr. Pa Samba Joe. Mr. Joe, it's a pleasure to have you on iAfrica Live.
Thank you very much. It's always a pleasure to talk to you guys.
What more can you tell us about today's program with regards to the MSDG and the fifth stake in the Forum of the Gambia?
Well, it is a significant event, and I want to thank the organizers, JK Partners and MSDG, because at the end of the day, the diaspora is a very, very important constituency, and its participation in national development can never be underestimated. And I think this is another testament to where we are coming to discuss ways and means of us as a people, a collective, both people in the diaspora and back home, can work together towards national development.
We've seen that the first pilot phase of the project started in 2017 to 2018, and after that, a strategy was a Gambia strategy. Gambia diaspora strategy was incorporated into the national development plan. What does this mean for the Gambia?
Well, it means a lot only if it is actualized. This is the problem. Sometimes we have these meetings, we have these great ideas, but at the end of the day, sometimes they just end with nothing but meetings and ideas. And I think where we need to go from now is move from just having ideas to actualizing these ideas, because there were so many things that were discussed, amongst which was the diaspora participation, the enfranchisement of the diasporans. We saw the chairman of the IEC since 2017 came here and said that the diaspora would vote. And I was one of the litigants at the Supreme Court, and the reason for that was because of that was never actualized. So it became nothing but an empty rhetoric, and I think this is where we have to move if we are to move as forward as a country. The government declared us the 8th region, that is the diaspora of the country. What does that mean?
I'm just sorry to cut you. What does that mean to you, or what lessons should be learned from this, for the fact that the diaspora at some point they were battling to take part in the country's election, but now we have seen that they are also initiating programs to make sure that they contribute to the country's development?
Well, you see, one thing that you can never accuse the diasporans of is lack of patriotism. Gambians in the diaspora have continuously worked towards helping this nation develop. This is why maybe very soon you will hear the announcement of the remittances for this year. It is a staggering amount that people pump into the economy. This is why we contribute almost 48 to 55% of GDP. That's what we contribute here. So it is significant that we have these forums. It is significant that we are declared the 8th region. But like I said, we should move away from just the mere rhetoric to actualization. Yes, the diaspora enfranchisement. What is wrong with that? Why can't Gambians in the diaspora vote? They will tell you finances. That's not true. I think that's an excuse. We're talking about almost 10% of the population of this country live in the diaspora. And that 10% contribute over 48% to 55% of GDP. What we are pumping into this economy is much more than what the donor nations and agencies are pumping into this country. So we should be given the due respect that we are asking. We're not asking for anything special. We just want to be treated as citizens that we are.
So for the fact that the diaspora has been added as the 8th region, or called or considered as the 8th region, does that mean that people are going to start intensifying your efforts compared to what you used to give with regards to remittances in the country?
No, remittances will continue to come, irrespective of what the government says or does. Because at the end of the day, if you're in the diaspora, you have families to feed here. So you cannot sit on your money and say, you know what, just because government does not care about us, we are not going to do X, Y, and Z. No, we'll continue to do what we do. But all I'm asking for is this collaboration for the government and the people to understand that we are partners in the development of this country. The reason why thousands of Gambians are coming to this country every December, spending millions of or hundreds of millions of dollars is because of the stability in this country. And this is something that we want to enhance to see that it continues. Look at the tourism this year. COVID killed tourism. But the only thing that saves this nation from economic collapse, at least in the tourism sector, is the substitution of the so-called tourist with the Gambian diasporans.
So do you mean you people were able to back the country when it comes to the COVID, the impact which was brought by COVID?
Yes, because if the diasporans had not traveled to this country, especially during these past Decembers, we would have had a total collapse of our economy. But what we're doing, thousands of Gambians with their families come here, spend millions, hundreds of millions of dollars here. When we come, we don't have an all-inclusive package where we sit in a hotel and they serve us breakfast, we go escort. No, well, when we come here, every penny that we bring, we spend. Whether you visit an uncle, give something. Visit an aunt, give something. Buy a house, create jobs. So these are things that we do. So this is why it is important for all of us in the interest of this country to work together in collaboration so that our country would move forward. But we cannot sideline a section of the society just because they happen to live in the diaspora. If we are the region, treat us as a region.
So do you feel that you are sidelined by the government?
Well, our participation, when it comes to participation, yes, because for the most part, most governments are not comfortable with us because we are very opinionated. We have access to information. We make our views known. So most politicians are jittery of that. And their fear is, you know what, they are troublemakers. We are not. We are no different from you. We are no different from Lamin Kante. We are no different from Adama Barrow. We are Gambians. The only difference is we happen to travel.
So finally, Mr. Joe, what are some of the expectations from today's forum?
Well, the expectations, we'll of course give very lofty speeches. And my expectations now is the actualization of those speeches. And like I said, they would be mentioning the remittances. It will be in the billions of dollars again. We hope that that would also be seen as something absolutely important to bring this collaborative work between us and government and the citizens here to move our country forward. So at the end of the day, I hope that when this meeting ends, the Gambia would have gained from it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Joe. It was a pleasure having you on iAfrica Live. That was Mr. Joe giving us live updates about today's program. So we'll just link you to the program.
The 8th region of the country.
Gambians at home and abroad, friends of the Gambia, ladies and gentlemen, it is my privilege and honor to be the moderator of the 5th State Indonesian Forum SF5. On behalf of MSDG Project, the Office of the President, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, International Cooperation and Governments Abroad, and all partners and stakeholders, we wish you all a safe, healthy, happy, and prosperous New Year, and welcome to SF5. State Indonesian Forum is mandated as an annual consultative event in the Gambian Diaspora Strategy and the Gambian National Development Plan. The purpose is to enable the Gambian diaspora, the 8th region of the country, to, and I quote, engage with government ministries, departments, agencies, as well as NGOs and CSOs, for a wide range of developmental matters, to contribute to formal policy, as well as strategic, thematic, and sectoral consultations initiated by different government and quasi-government institutions. Unquote. The entire proceedings of the day are live streamed in order to facilitate some engagement and a degree of participation by thousands of Gambians in the diaspora, and indeed those in the country who are unable to attend in person due to COVID-19 restrictions and the limitations of venue space. Welcome to participants and viewers on the MSDG Project Facebook, iAfrica TV, Mamos Media, and all other platforms that are kindly live streaming. In partnership with the University of the Gambia Students' Union, the streaming and social media platforms will be monitored throughout the day for comments, questions, and observations. These will be summarized and passed on to the moderators for responses from the panelists. Due to limited internet bandwidth and the thousands of people interested in following proceedings, it is not possible to make the SN5 hybrid event fully interactive on a single Zoom conference platform. For those following online, your comments and questions are monitored and noted. For those attending in person, you will have opportunities to speak from the floor during the 3 workshops. For all participants, we wish you a productive and engaging SN5. Honorable Ministers, distinguished participants, the theme SN5 is consolidating and accelerating national development. And there are 4 elements to today's program. As has become a tradition, proceedings will start with the formal opening statements. After a short coffee break, we will have the first workshop at midday. Since the program has started a little bit late, it may start somewhere half midday. On the topic Gambian Diaspora Strategy, Review, Consolidation, and Update. This would lead us to lunch at 1:30 p.m. We shall resume at 2:30 p.m. for the second workshop, Demand-Led Matching and Development of Diaspora Professionals. The last workshop starts after the afternoon coffee break at 4:30 on the topic of culture, identity, development, and diaspora engagement. For this, we are pleased to announce that Madam Janet Bajan-Yong, the founder of Ibunjang Theatre, is our special guest. There would also be artistic presentations by very talented Gambian artists. Our diaspora keynote speaker will give brief closing remarks to close SN5 at or before 6:30 p.m. Distinguished participants, may I kindly remind all speakers and contributors from the floor to use the microphones so that our online audience can follow proceedings as best as possible. Throughout the day, we will be entertained by the Gambia Police Band under the leadership of Deputy Superintendent of Police, Matarba, and his talented band. The Police Band are good friends and partners of the MSDG project and Yaram Arts. SN5 also features the YEP Hidden Gambia exhibition and GAIPA Export Advancement Program. We encourage you to visit the stalls during the breaks and buy made in Gambian products. The workshops of SN5 are co-convened by MSD together with partners, namely Yaram Arts, Gambia Diaspora Experts Initiative in the US, the Gambia Diaspora and Migration Directorate, that is my own directorate, the Personnel Management Office, and the National Center for Arts and Culture. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, it is my honor to invite Imam Al-Haji Basiru Drame to lead us in prayers. Imam, you are welcome. Waalaikum salam wa rahmatullah. Bismillah.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. Honorable Ministers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and all other protocols duly observed. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. May the peace and blessings of God be upon all of you. Allahumma, we thank you for allowing us to gather here today in order to continue as a nation this consultative dialogue that we began 5 years ago. It is a dialogue between our sons and daughters in the diaspora and the Gambian state actors and non-state actors in developmental matters, so that the intellectual, technical, and moral resources of our sons and daughters in the diaspora can be harnessed and put to good use in the development of our motherland. Allahumma, as we invoke, therefore, your mercy and blessings for this gathering of ours, we are hopeful that you are actually present with us in this magnificent conference hall, listening to us and to our problems. For you are the one who has promised in the Holy Quran to bestow your favor upon any of your believing servants who have united themselves behind a noble objective. And you have said in the Quran, وَاعْتَصِمُوا بِحَبْلِ اللَّهِ جَمِيعًا وَلَا تَفَرَّقُوا وَاذْكُرُوا نِعْمَةَ اللَّهِ عَلَيْكُمْ إِذْ كُنْتُمْ أَعْدَاءً فَأَلَّفَ بَيْنَ قُلُوبِكُمْ فأصبحتم بنعمته إخوانا وكنتم على شفا حفرة من النار فأنقذكم منها كذلك يبين الله لكم آياته لعلكم تهتدون. And hold firmly to the rope of God, all of you together, and do not become divided, and remember the favor of God upon you when you were enemies of each other, and he brought your hearts together, and you became by his favor brothers and sisters again, and you were on the edge of a pit of fire, and he saved you from it. Thus does God make clear to you his miracles, that you may be guided. Allahumma, we have been informed that our president or his representative in his speech today will make a clarion call relating to the consolidation and acceleration of our national developmental objectives. Allahumma, do not allow that call to fall on deaf ears, as had been the case with the children of Israel at the end of the Exodus, at the gate of the promised land. For they had refused to heed to the call made by their leader and prophet Moses to enter the land of their forefathers and to rebuild it. And Moses had said, Ya qawm, ادخلوا الأرض المقدسة التي كتب الله لكم ولا ترتدوا على أدباركم فتنقلبوا خاسرين. O my people, enter the sacred land which God has assigned to you, and do not turn your backs away from it, because then you will become losers. And in response to Moses, Banu Israel said to him, قالوا يا موسى إن فيها قوما جبارين وإنا لن ندخلها حتى يخرجوا منها فإن يخرجوا منها فإنا داخلون. O Moses, indeed, within it is a people of tyrannical strength, and indeed we will never enter this land until they leave it. But if they leave it, we will enter. Allahumma, we fervently implore you not to befall our sons and daughters in the diaspora what had befallen the children of Israel at the gate of the promised land. Allahumma, provide Gambia's sons and daughters in the diaspora with the wherewithal and good sense to come back to the motherland, to contribute their quota in rebuilding of our nation. ربنا تقبل منا إنك أنت السميع العليم وتب علينا يا مولانا إنك أنت التواب الرحيم ربنا هب لنا من أزواجنا وذرياتنا قرة أعين واجعلنا للمتقين إماما إن الله وملائكته يصلون على النبي يا أيها الذين آمنوا صلوا عليه وسلموا تسليما وصلى الله على حبيبنا وشفيئنا وخاتمنا ورسولنا محمد وسلم تسليما كثيرا وسبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون وسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين جزاكم الله.
Jazakallah khairan, Imam. Jazakallah khairan, Imam. Thank you for your prayers and guidance. It is now my honor to invite the Most Reverend Bishop Hannah Falhen to lead us in prayers. Welcome, ma'am.
Thank you. I greet you all in the name of Jesus Christ, and I wish you all a happy 2022, and to His Excellency President Barrow and all protocols observed, and that's the MSDGs and all who are involved in it. May God protect us this 2022. Let us pray. God Almighty, our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be your name. Your kingdom come, your will be done in earth, on the earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses as we forgive those who trespass against us. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. We say amen. Most holy God, we are putting into your hands this 2022 the affairs of Gambia. We first of all thank you because you like gratitude. We thank you for this nation. We thank you for all that you give to this nation. We did not choose Gambia. You chose us to be part of Gambia. And so we pray for those who are in Gambia and those who are in the diaspora, that they will always remember that you gave them roots and you gave them heritage, and that they would pray to you and look to you with gratitude for all you will do for them and for Gambia. We are thanking you this day for this project. We are thanking you for all the partners. We are thanking you for those who you gave the vision to, that over the years they have run faithfully, committed, passionately to bring the development of Gambia about. We know we cannot do it in our own strength. It is for that reason, as we gather, we start asking and calling upon your name, that you will be here, that you will increase vision, you would increase resources. You will, oh God, bring the people who should stand and do the work that you have given to them. For each man has a destiny, and we say align their destiny to this vision that you have brought, that they, oh God, will fulfill the purpose of the desire of Almighty God for our people and for generations to come. This vision is not a small vision, God. And we pray that consolidation will take place, achievements will take place, but not just that you give it to us, but that it will be sustained, that over the years we will see that the work that is being put in will never fall to the ground, because we will never toil in vain, because you, Almighty God, are faithful, and you who have sustained Gambia over the years will continue to take it forward. We pray that there will be health. You will give us health so we can have the strength to work for the people, but also for the world. We pray, oh God, for every ministry, that you will bring wisdom and commitment to our people. We are praying for the next generation, which are in our faces already, that you will begin to prepare them to carry mantles, and that they will stand on our shoulders to go forward with the blessings that you have for Gambia and for each one of us. Prosper Gambia. Prosper us. Let us not be afraid, because you walk with us. You, the shepherd of this land, shepherd every one of us, and every person here present, and every person listening into the diaspora. Play your part with courage. Let the boldness of God be in you, and may you fulfill the destiny he has put into you, so that you will be fruitful. At the last you will answer and say, God, I played my part faithfully. And let there be unity. In diversity, let there be unity. Because God is not a God of divide. He's not a God of chaos. He's the God of blessings, of joy, of happiness, of peace, and of togetherness. So God, we pray this day, unite Gambians, unite Gambia, and all who live in Gambia. May we all together join hands to work for the good of the nations here. May those in the diaspora find your protection. May they find open doors and opportunities to serve you with all of their hearts. We bless you, Lord. We extol you, Lord. We praise you, Lord, for there is none but you. So we pray that you will bless all of us this day and prosper our homes, our families. Wherever we may travel, may we have traveling masses. And wherever we go, whatever seed we sow, may it bring good harvest. So bless Gambia. Bless us. Bless this nation. Bless the president. Bless all who work in Gambia, who live in Gambia. And bless those in the diaspora. Let them know there is an almighty God who is alive, who is faithful, and who blesses people, who owns everybody and everything in the whole world. So, Father, this day, we say thank you. Thank you, thank you, and bless your people. We pray in the mighty name of Jesus Christ. Amen and amen and amen. Thank you, God. Shalom, shalom. God bless you.
Thank you, Bishop, for that profound prayers and guidance. Honorable ministers, distinguished participants, every year at the Stake in the Nation Forum with great anticipation, we get to hear from the Central Bank of the Gambia about the volume of inflows of remittances in the preceding year. It is my honor to invite Governor Boasedi to announce the 2021 remittance figures. Welcome, Governor. Should be the Governor's Deputy, Dr. Sekujabi, right? Yes. Welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Moderator. I stand here on behalf of my governor, Governor Boasedi, to deliver the remittance data for the year 2021. Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of the Gambia, I understand ably represented by Honorable Minister of Higher Education, Honorable Badraju, Honorable Minister of Finance and Economic Affairs, Honorable Mamburijai, Honorable Minister of Justice, Honorable Jawad Jalo, other cabinet ministers present, Professor Jibril Fall of GK Partners, London School of Economics, Professor Amina Silla at the high table, other cabinet ministers, UNDP representative here in Gambia, Mohamed Bari of IMF Resident Red Banjul office, religious leaders, distinguished guests, stakeholders of the Migration and Sustainable Development in the Gambia, MSDG, the press, print, and electronic media, all the protocols duly observed. I greet you all and take a singular honor to welcome you all to the 5th stake of the Nation Forum. I think my task is a simpler one, to present to you the remittance data for the year 2021. Your Excellencies, allow me to emphasize that the significance of this event cannot be overemphasized, considering the importance of remittances to our balance of payment of the Gambia and its overall impact on the livelihood of the average Gambians. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, to give a catalogue of remittances over the years. In 2018, the total remittance reached 277 billion. That's 18% growth in 2019. In 2019, it reached 328 million US dollars. This is 31% of our GDP. In 2020, despite the COVID, it reached 589 million US dollars, forming 47% of our GDP. And in 2021, 774.6 million US dollars. Maybe I'll have to repeat this again. In 2021, that's January to December 2021, 774.6 million US dollars. This is forming 62.9% of our GDP. Despite the challenges of the coronavirus, diaspora Gambians have not relented in supporting their families and enhancing development aspirations of the motherland. During the year 2021, as I said, the volumes increased unprecedentedly to the level of 74.6 million US dollars from 589 million in 2020, recording an increase of 31.3%. In 2021, this figure, 774 million, translate into $40.65 billion. The 774.6 billion translate into $40.65 billion Gambian dollars. Despite the global pandemic, the Central Bank of the Gambia has considerably improved its data recording methodologies by encouraging the market operators to supply relevant data in respect to remittances. Due to the high accuracy of the data, both the International Monetary Fund, the IMF, and the World Bank now rely on Central Bank of the Gambia data as an alternative data for analysis and reporting. Further, the Central Bank is working with other partners to disaggregate this volume into use of remittances, building and construction, consumption, education, health, agriculture, among others, to inform policy on the use of remittances. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, whilst looking forward to a more disaggregated remittance data in the years ahead, I take this opportunity to thank you all for your kind attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jabi. Honorable Ministers, ladies and gentlemen, this announcement is very profound and outstanding, that the remittance inflows by our brothers and sisters in the diaspora in 2021 is equivalent to $774.6 million. That's about $40.65 billion. That is enormous and outstanding. And looking at the percentage increase over time from 2018 to 2019, registering 18% of our GDP to 31% of our GDP in 18% of our GDP in 2018, 31% of our GDP in 2019, 47% of our GDP in 2020, and 62.9% of our GDP in 2021. That is outstanding. We want to thank the Central Bank for ensuring that the remittance inflow coming into the country is captured and accurate. At this point in time, ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to invite Professor Jibril Fall, Director of GK Partners and the MSDG Project Director, to deliver his statement. Welcome, Professor.
Thank you very much, DSP Ba and your band. Your honorable ministers, religious leaders, National Assembly members, distinguished guests. We are humans, creatures of habit, are we not? We develop habits that become customs, that become tradition. 5 years on at SNF, we have developed habits. But like all other endeavors in life, there's always threats. At the very start of SNF, we always knew that there was a threat to this forum, and a powerful threat to that. That risk affecting the effective viability of the participants. And that threat is no other than our neighbor, Yusundur. Yusu have also developed a habit that on the second Friday of the new year, he will convene nearby at the Cocoa Ocean. And my people, he would make collateral damage of them. By the morning of the Saturday, some would stagger, some would come by midday thinking it is 8 o'clock. Mr. Ndur has been a havoc to us. Today, another tradition is that we would have either the president or the vice president. I'm looking around and I'm saying, where's the president? Apparently, democracy had a go at us because he's celebrating election victory. 2021 has been an year that Gambia perhaps witnessed the most democratic elections ever. With the change of circumstances in terms of awareness, media access, people have been more engaged than ever before. And on behalf of MSDG, I take this opportunity to congratulate the great people of the Gambia for participating in the Festival of Democracy. I thank the chairman of the IEC and his team, and I thank every citizen and congratulate all the participants. I live in the diaspora, so there is a big secret you are not aware of. That is, I didn't have the vote. Mr. Njai is looking at me. We've had so many discussions about this matter. But today, we've begged the Minister of Justice to come and talk to us about it. But however you look at it, there is no way one can begrudge democracy. One of our finest poets, Gambia's finest poets, is the economist and perhaps a polymath, Dr. Tijan Sala. And In one of his writings, he effectively gave us emotional relativity. Here I lie in Harrow, licking over my sorrows, like a dog whose injured dignity makes him howl silently in pity. Life has a way of coming to a bump. When I am speeding aimlessly on the hump of the quest of coins and fame, for why should I be suddenly lame? Here I lie in Harrow. I might just as well have been in a wheelbarrow, for time ticks slowly to the aching of joints and muscles, and the body slowly waking. My friends, the wards, bring books and shoes. Their love takes away my mind from the blues. They joke about the Dickensian hell I have been in. I look up, I see warmth in their faces full of brim. Our brother, the poet, had had an accident and was in hospital in Harrow, far from home. Yet he introduces us to the fact that we never get everything we want, and what we have, we must be grateful for. But that does not mean we don't keep asking. So Mr. Njai, Honorable Jallo, we keep asking. Mr. Salah, the poet, has many friends in the world of intelligentsia. And one of his mentors and friends was Chinua Achebe. Of course, of Things Fall Apart. And Achebe wrote, he said, we gathered together in the moonlit village ground. It is not because of the moon. Every man can see it from his own compound. We come together because it is good for kinsmen to do so. The tradition of the forum is that it is good for kinspeople, home and abroad, to do so. That we should meet, that we should chat, that we should argue, that we should forge solutions to the many problems that would forever be with us. So what do we talk about? For us at the MSDG project, we are now talking implementation and practicality. We have gone boring. We have gone very boring. We have gone to the focus of the practical connections and the partnerships to make things happen. For all the shiny and brilliant ideas, we think we have quite many of those. So when we talk here, we talk about how to get those boring things done. What else do we talk about? I understand we're talking about football. To look at me, you wouldn't think it. But I too have spent many years playing football. I can think of all those goals. I never scored. I was so bad at football, it made sense to fill in a team of 10 than to place me in the team, because I would be a liability. Yet I played. Never underestimate the determination of the incompetent. Of our football team, we wish them luck, we pray for them, and we cheer for them. By the way, you guys go and get the injuries. Go and get the injuries. In my estimate, over 90% of our football team are diaspora. Isn't that remarkable? Very many things that we do the diaspora do it at a scale that is momentous. It is just the nature of how things are. They are not more special, but the circumstances of being out and the circumstances of what they took when they went out allow them the degree of productivity that we don't see at home. Fathers for every characteristic, good or bad, that we witness at home, you will witness in the diaspora, for we are your kinspeople. It is not cause for acrimony or to vilify us. It is because we are your family. I remember when I began to think that England was my home. It is when I caught myself complaining about everything in England. Prior to that, I did not care if they burned their country. But when it had become my home, I cared, so I complained about everything. Honorable ministers, friends, colleagues, we have been running late on this session, so I shall not keep you long. But I want to take this opportunity to thank the government of the Gambia and the government of Switzerland, who, one other tradition, the Swiss ambassador is always here, but our friend, the last ambassador, had finished her tour of duty and returned to Bern, and the new ambassador had not presented his letters yet, so he couldn't be with us. But I take this opportunity to thank our partners and to encourage you all this afternoon, this morning, this afternoon, to engage in the discussions about the whole range of programs we are implementing with a whole range of new partners. It is a pleasure seeing you all. Last year it was online, and we hope that next year we would do it without our beautiful masks. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Professor Fall. Professor discussed that 2021 has been a year the Gambia witnessed the most democratic elections ever. He also underscored the hope of our comrades in the diaspora to have voted during the presidential elections. However, he anticipates the Attorney General and Minister of Justice will share some hope with us for forthcoming elections for our comrades in the diaspora. He also emphasized implementation and practicality of our policies, plans, and ideas. He hailed the role of the Gambian diaspora in national development using our national football team. At this juncture, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to invite the Honorable Minister for Finance and Economic Affairs, Honorable Mamburen Njai, to deliver his statement. Welcome, sir.
Thank you very much, MC. Professor Fall, I just want to clarify that every single dollar that was voted for by the National Assembly approved, IEC, we have disbursed everything. Uncle Ali is here to confirm, just to clarify for the diasporans. Honorable Minister of Higher Education, representing His Excellency the President of the Republic of the Gambia, Honorable Barara Diouf, the representative of the Honorable Speaker of the National Assembly and National Assembly members, the Attorney General and Minister of Justice, Honorable Daouda Jallow, Professor Fall, and Professor Aminata Silla, ambassadors, representatives of the international organizations, chair of IEC, permanent secretaries, the Deputy Governor 1, representing the Governor of the Central Bank, Gambian diaspora experts and development partners, i.e. IMF, World Bank, and the UN families, representative of the youth, women, professionals and labor organizations, municipal leaders, senior academics, media practitioners, religious leaders, and I would respectfully recognize the presence of the special guest, Ernest Young, and founder of the Ebujang Theater, all protocols respectfully observed. It gives me a great honor to deliver a statement on the official opening of the 5th State in the Nations Forum and SNF5. Professor Fall, I would like to take this opportunity to thank you and your project team for the tremendous work you have done over the years to attract diaspora investments in the Gambia through the championing of the diaspora bond. The Ministry of Finance and Economic Affairs continues to partner with GK partners through the MSDG project on mainstreaming diaspora finance and introducing innovative financial products to attract diaspora investments. As part of efforts to streamline diaspora bonds in our financing strategies, the debt management and the Directorate of the Ministry of Finance has prepared a medium-term debt management strategy that is from 2022 to 2026 that incorporates issuing a diaspora bond for infrastructure financing. In November 2021, the Capital Market Bill was ratified and legislated into an act. This is a significant milestone in promoting innovative financial solutions from debt to equity financing to bridge the infrastructural deficiencies in the country. Furthermore, in a strive on preparing the market for long-dated debt instruments like diaspora bonds, the Ministry of Finance and Economic Affairs successfully issued $2.3 billion of bond in a 3-year government bond and $2 billion in 5-year bond in 2021, which were both successful in attracting a subscription rate of over 200% with a single-digit weighted interest rate. As enshrined in our National Development Plan, the government of the Gambia recognizes and values the Gambian diaspora as an important factor and actor in national development. The National Development Plan heralds a new approach to effective and productive engagement and partnership between the government, non-state actors, and diverse diaspora. Practical and result-oriented diaspora development programs and schemes based on global best practices will be developed and implemented. For example, the diaspora bond. Being the topic or the burning issue of the day, i.e. diaspora bond, I want to highlight some pertinent points on this subject matter. Unlike a regular bond issuance by our ministry, a diaspora bond is a debt instrument issued by a country or potentially a sub-sovereign entity or a private corporation to raise financing from its overseas diaspora. The diaspora purchases of bonds issued by a country of origin are likely to be driven by a sense of patriotism and the desire to contribute to the home country's development. Thus, there is often an element of charity stroke philanthropic in these investments. The placement of bonds at the premium allows the issuing country to leverage on the charity element into a substantially larger capital flow. To the investors, diaspora bonds provides an opportunity to diversify asset composition and improve the risk management. It is against this background that this year's stake in the Nations Forum is deemed timely, and I wish you a successful engagement. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister thanked Professor Fall and team for attracting diaspora investment in the Gambia through the diaspora bond. He also iterated his ministry's debt management strategy from 2022 to 2026, including diaspora bond for infrastructure financing in the Gambia. He also emphasizes Gambian diaspora community as factors and actors in national development. And he also informed us that unlike regular bonds, the diaspora bond is a debt instrument issued by a country to raise financing from her citizens overseas. At this point in time, kindly allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to invite Honorable Dauda A. Jallow, Attorney General and Minister of Justice, to deliver his statement. Welcome. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kamara. His Excellency, the President of the Republic of the Gambia, represented by our colleague, Honorable Juf, the Minister for Higher Education, Research, Science and Technology, Honorable Cabinet Ministers here present, National Assembly members, the Chairman of the Independent Electoral Commission, Honorable religious leaders. The protocol is so long, so allow me to stand on the existing protocols, all of which are respectfully observed. It gives me pleasure to participate and address the fifth stake in the Nations Forum. Personally, on my side, this is the first time. The stake in the Nations Forum have over the past 5 years become the central forum for discussion of key issues relevant to the diaspora role in national development and their involvement in the political and socio-economic life of the Gambia as de facto 8th region of the Gambia. A few weeks ago, the Gambia went to the polls to cast their votes in the presidential elections. This was by far one of the most significant events of the past 5 years. The election was hailed as free, fair, and transparent by the unprecedented number of international election observers that came from around the world to observe our elections. This assessment now goes well for our strive to build a robust democracy. The elephant in the room, and by far one of the most discussed issues with regards to the just ended election, was the issue of diaspora voting. The rights of Gambians registered in the diaspora to register and to vote in elections. And the Prof have said he's expecting me to say something about it, and I will. As you all know, the national debate on the issue commenced in the months leading up to the elections, with efforts made in many quarters to explore the viability of this option. Unfortunately, diaspora voting could not be implemented in time for the just ended presidential elections. Indeed, in the run-up to the election, the IEC issued guidelines for diaspora voting, released a roadmap for the operationalization of the diaspora voting ahead of the presidential elections. Our current constitution is indeed quite clear on the right to vote. It provides that every citizen of the Gambia, being 18 years or older and of sound mind, shall have the right to vote for the purpose of elections of President and National Assembly, and shall be entitled to be registered as a voter in a National Assembly constituency for that purpose. From the above constitutional provision, it does grant a right of every citizen the right to be registered to vote. However, following the interpretation of this provision, it was realized that the Constitution limits such registration to National Assembly constituency. National Assembly constituencies are a distinct geographical area demarcated by the Boundary Commission pursuant to Section 50 of the Constitution. This raised practical difficulties with regards to the registration of Gambians in the diaspora. As observed, voters must belong to and only vote in constituency of their registration unless they transfer their registration. In this case, however, the Gambia does not have any National Assembly constituencies in the diaspora, and as any registration of voters outside of the Gambia could potentially be unconstitutional. You will recall that there was an active litigation on this matter before the Supreme Court, as was in the case of Bibi Dabo and others versus the IEC and the Attorney General. In the Supreme Court's judgment in this case, the Supreme Court did not delve into the issue of voter registration. However, the Supreme Court strongly restated the constitutional right of citizens to be registered to vote and to vote in elections. The court, however, did not provide any guidelines for the operationalization of diaspora voting, thus leaving the divergent views unresolved. Several meetings were held between the IEC, political stakeholders, government in a bid to explore possible options for the operationalization of the diaspora voting. It was concluded that this will require a constitutional amendment and an amendment of the Elections Act, which was not feasible at the time given the mandatory timeline for passing of new legislation. I am happy to note that under the draft constitution, the situation is different. The draft constitution employs different language with regards to the registration of voters, removing the requirement for voter registration to take place within a National Assembly constituency. Section 79 provides for an act of the National Assembly which shall make provisions for, among other things, voter registration in the diaspora. In spite of all these proposed provisions on the diaspora voting, some practical and administrative matter will still need to be resolved, such as the criteria for selecting or selection of countries to host diaspora registration and voting centers, and other financial implications of running elections in the diaspora. The framers of the draft constitution most likely anticipated these difficulties, and drafted Section 79(2), paragraph F as such, that the diaspora voter registration and voting was applied in a progressive manner to take into consideration the various practical hurdles. Allow me to take this opportunity to assure you all that I am willing and ready to convene stakeholder consultation meetings between the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Gambians abroad, the diaspora leadership, the Independent Electoral Commission, and my ministry, being the liaison ministry or government department for election matters, to look into some of these hurdles referred to above with a view to finding immediate solutions to them in the short term. Your leadership is hereby invited to contact my office as soon as they can to start work immediately in finding solutions to some of these hurdles. Finally, and for the long term, we are all aware that His Excellency the President has repeated his commitment to the constitutional review process and to having a new constitution during his second mandate. I am therefore confident that once this process got underway, we will have the opportunity to actively debate once more the issues of diaspora voting, but not only voting, also other key issues touching on the diaspora's political and economic, other issues touching on the diaspora in light of their significant importance to national development and the social, political, and economic DNA of the country. I thank you once again for your kind attention, and I wish you a fruitful deliberation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, AG, for giving hope. Ladies and gentlemen, AG highlighted that SN5, or Stake in the Nation Forum, is a forum to discussing key issues to the role of the diaspora in national development as the 8th region of the country. Regarding the right of the Gambian diaspora to register and vote in elections, he highlighted that the IEC drew guidelines for a roadmap for the operationalization of diaspora voting. However, there were legal hurdles, and the Supreme Court could not also vividly give, provide any guidelines on the operationalization of diaspora voting, which would require constitutional amendments and electoral amendments. However, he has promised to undertake stakeholder meeting between his ministry, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the IEC, and diaspora communities in the short term to finding solutions to the hurdles. Thank you so much, AG, for that. At this juncture, honorable ministers, distinguished participants, Stake in the Nation Forum is an opportunity whereby the diaspora convenes and government, civil society, private sector, and all stakeholders come together to dialogue with the view to enhancing diaspora contributions to development. As such, the Stake in the Nation Forum, keynote diaspora speaker, plays a major role in presenting aspects of diaspora perspectives. For Stake in the Nation Forum 5 in 2022, it is my singular honor and privilege to introduce a professor, or to introduce Professor Professor Aminata Silla of Towson University in Maryland, USA. You may be aware that the MSDG project believes that finance, economics, science, and other disciplines need to be balanced with art and culture in order to optimize not only diaspora development, but human progression in general. In that vein, in partnership with Yaram Arts, Arts Council, England, and others, it is experimenting with using traditional Gambian music to communicate modern themes. We would like to play a short song about education and applied sciences to serenade our diaspora keynote speaker, an exemplar of applied scholarship, before she delivers her statement. Control room, could you kindly play the song New Samadom Jangal song, Samadom Jangal, Ndingo Karang.
Masni bari na fi sama doom jàngal sama doom jàngal sama doom jàngal boo magee safaral sama doom jàngal sama doom jàngal boo magee sakanal yaxaay yi gisatuñu leen tene yi gisatuñu leen te ñey yi gisatuñu leen sama doom jàngal sama doom jàngal sama doom jàngal boo magee safaral sama doom jàngal sama doom jàngal boo magee sakanal jaww ji wecceeku na ala bi wàññeeku na te àddina nemeeku na sama doom jàngal sama doom jàngal sama doom jàngal boo magee bari xam-xam sama doom jàngal sama doom jàngal boo magee bari man-man sama doom jàngal sama doom jàngal boo magee safaral sama doom jàngal sama doom jàngal boo magee sakanal.
Thank you. For all Gambian youngsters at home and abroad, I say here is Professor Aminata Silla, a veritable role model Samadom Jangal, Professor, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Kamara. A girl can get used to this. Being serenaded before you get to the stage, your name being changed to Fal, hey. So I can get used to this. Good morning, everyone. Honorable Ministers, Professor Jibri Fal, Director of the MSDG Project, Gambian Diaspora, National Assembly members, religious and community leaders, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I am actually not going to continue with the protocol. I'm just going to stand on the existing one because I have a feeling I might butcher it if I continue. It is with honor and great pleasure that I make a statement at the opening of the 5th Stake in the Nation Conference. Let me first take this opportunity to thank each and every one of you for having made time out of your very hectic schedules to join us here this morning. We're honored to have you in our midst, and I wish to thank you sincerely for having responded to the invitation for you to participate at the Stake in the Nation Conference. And of course, you heard Prof. Fal talk about the Usundu Conference and the challenge and threat of democracy. So we're honored that you actually responded to our invitation to be here today. We are here to engage, consolidate, and accelerate our national development. But most importantly, what brings us here today is to provide a platform within which you, as stakeholders to the affairs of our government, can share with us your views, opinions, and thinking on the stake in the nation of our country. Today, the Gambian diaspora is approximately 140,000 strong. Let me repeat that, approximately 140,000 strong. It has grown over the years, diversified, and is a fundamental player in the political, social, economic, and cultural fabric of the development of the Gambia. This hegemony explains why we are here today. Presently, there are more than 215 million people around the world who live outside of countries they call home, including myself. Some of us are lucky to have left for better opportunities, while others are forced to leave to escape economic hardships. Whatever the reason, whether it's necessity or choice, we all have a profound connection to our families, friends, communities in our home countries. The clearest expression of this connection is the what was the number again, Governor? $774 million in remittances the Gambian diaspora sent home in 2021. These remittances provide the food, the clothing, and shelter for hundreds of families here in the Gambia. The depth of the connection is also seen in the quick responses from the Gambian diaspora to emergencies, as we saw during the 2016 impasse, when tensions and uncertainty were high, the massive flooding we saw a few years ago, and most recently, during the height of the pandemic. When there is a greater need at home, Gambians send home significantly more remittances to help their families. The flow of capital from the diaspora should be seen as the most tangible element of the nexus between migration and development. As we interact, we also recognize the unique opportunities and highlight some of the challenges with engaging with our diaspora community. We begin by acknowledging that the role of the Gambian diaspora goes far beyond remittances and meeting short-term needs. They also play a very important role in long-term development. Gambians contribute in many important and meaningful ways, including technology transfer. Because when you look at most of the new technology industries in the country currently, many are by Gambians who have returned home. We also have institutional linkages, myself included. I have connections with the University of the Gambia here and with my university's linkages. For example, by contributing to the design of educational curriculum and training, diaspora can raise the quality of education in the Gambia. They can also directly provide rigorous professional development and leadership training programs. The transfer of technology is not the only vehicle through which the diaspora contributes to national development. They also provide resources, knowledge, and creative ideas and energy that contributes to the Gambia's development. There is a high potential to maximize the positive impact the diaspora has on creating jobs and income through financial investments, and of course through the social capital and network of the diaspora. To fully reap this potential, it is key to have conducive legal frameworks in place. The skills, know-how, and insights of the diaspora into global opportunities can help raise funds, increase efficiency, and expand the Gambia into new markets. In the same vein, they can also be powerful advisors to the government in helping to improve the quality of public institutions and advocates to foreign businesses looking to expand in the Gambia. The potential for skills transfer by Gambian professionals in the diaspora can spur growth across different sectors in the country. However, the lack of infrastructure in place to realize these fruitful engagements tilts the conversation more into a transactional relationship. The diaspora are a natural connector or bridge builders that connects the Gambia to the rest of the world due to their transnational nature. And we must find a way to build on this and strengthen what the diaspora is already doing. As I've mentioned earlier, the diaspora population has grown, and so has their savings and the scale of resources available to reinvest. However, limited progress has been made in attracting these savings. We must offer the needed and necessary framework to maximize this investment potential. No magic formula exists to help maximize diaspora investments in the Gambia, and I don't think right now we can come up with one, as I stand here. But compared to a typical foreign direct investment, diaspora investment has a special appeal because the decision to invest is not driven purely by financial gains. There's also an emotional attachment, including that one day, Benabes, Lunkiling, I will return home, so I must invest back home. And we also must keep in mind that while we're offering incentives to the diaspora, we do not isolate and create tension with our local businesses in the Gambia. The vast majority of businesses started in the Gambia are small and medium enterprises. This is where the diaspora can play a transformative role. No one is better positioned than Gambians abroad to start businesses. With their resources, creative energy, and ideas, they are perfectly positioned to take advantage of this extraordinary opportunity. We know money is not the problem. Money is not a problem. Good opportunities and clear mechanisms for making those investments are what is required. The government can work with the diaspora to help overcome some of these constraints that inhibit development, such as lack of investments and international business acumen, lack of professional and technical skills, isolation from global networks, and exclusion from global supply chains, among others. There is the notion that the diaspora and their contributions have been largely ignored or sidelined in the development sector of the Gambia. So we thank Dr. Fall and the MSDG project for actually highlighting our contentions with the government. Their skills, knowledge, and general keenness to contribute has not been harnessed to its full potential. I can spot a few in this room who can tell you they've offered their services, their professional services, on many occasions to their country and have been largely ignored. Thank you. I have spoken to Gambian doctors in the diaspora who have told me that they found it difficult to get into the Gambia to work and provide services pro bono. I mean, if someone is offering you services pro bono, the least you can do is actually encourage them to come home. All of this is because there is no clear pathway to contribute. There has to be a clear pathway for contribution. One of the challenges in developing comprehensive policies and programs that will harness the development potential of the Gambian diaspora is the lack of information, not so much about location of the diaspora, but the characteristics. What are their skills? What knowledge and expertise do they possess that can be leveraged? We may know where our Gambian diaspora are located, but we don't know what they do. What are their expertise? How can they help in the development of the Gambia? So not knowing where your diaspora is makes it hard to communicate with them. But not knowing how and in what capacities they can contribute to national development makes policy formulation difficult. Often, what we see is that our government can only manage to communicate with a relatively small and not necessarily representative group of diaspora members. And they keep going back to the same members over and over again and communicating with them. The question now becomes, what do we expect from the diaspora? Do we know the who, the what, and how of our diaspora? Diaspora still often lack a voice to speak on their collective objective due to trust issues, bureaucracy, lack of policy coordination and implementation, limited human and financial capacity, and of course, low digital information services. Because of all these issues, the diaspora should be considered not just as sources of financing, but as partners. I put forth some of these suggestions and recommendations. Build trust. Number one, we have to build trust. When there's a strong foundation of mutual trust and communication, the long-term project of building partnerships between the government and the diaspora is much more likely to succeed. Partnership, of course, is a two-way street. Too often, we have felt that the government sees us only as cash cows. This has to change. Yet, even if the government succeeds in building trust, a governmental institution is not necessarily the most suitable channel for mobilization of financial resources from the diaspora. Can you imagine me and other people in the diaspora sending our money home to the Honorable Mamburin Jai and saying, hey, your government should invest this? We're not going to do that. Okay, so we need embrace the diversity of your diaspora. The Gambian diaspora should not be lumped together as one. We're very diverse. Their needs and motivation to contribute should also be understood. Some group may be willing to contribute or collaborate with the government, and others may not due to different reasons. So we should actually not, we should celebrate the diversity of the diaspora. Our policies relating to diaspora engagement should be developed in line with our national development policies. Our NDP has been in existence for a while now, and it is important that diaspora engagement policies build on existing policies and not embed them within the NDP. This will avoid duplications and overlaps. I cannot emphasize enough how important it is to know your diaspora in order to be able to propose adequate opportunities for engagement. While not new, it is suggested that we should consider adopting a skills database where the question of diaspora characteristics will be put to rest. As I was putting this speech together, one of the suggestions I was given by my husband, he said, tell them to loosen the regulations. So I'm telling you to loosen regulations. Loosen regulations, especially in the technological sector. We are talking about the fourth industrial revolution globally. The Gambia is barely getting through the first. We need technology to leapfrog our development progress, and murky technology policies stifle diaspora motivation to invest in the technology sector in the Gambia. Finally, mobilize the diaspora for growth by organizing events such as these with stakeholders, including civil societies. And I think here the Ministry of Foreign Affairs can actually play a pivotal role by hosting high-profile events, identifying diaspora spokesperson, sponsoring travel for opinion leaders, and promoting partnerships. We can also appoint well-known members of the diaspora as spokespeople on diaspora issues, and of course, sponsor travel to countries of origin for young people. And I'll give you an example of this, is the Bright Right Israel program that Israel has. This program was started in 2001, and it provides free educational trips to Israel for young diaspora adults aged between 18 and 32. Since its inception, over 260,000 diaspora youth from 52 countries have participated in the program. Can you imagine the magnitude of future investments if Gambians in the diaspora continue to retain a connection with the Gambia and nurture it in their children? This can be seen as an investment in global connections that will contribute to national development. We have to keep in mind that children of the Gambian diaspora, the second and third generations, may actually want to strengthen their ties with the Gambia and be dynamic agents of development. But they will need also a clear pathway on how to collaborate and work with other stakeholders and government of the Gambia. Where do we go from here? The Gambian diaspora is counted among the most successful expat communities anywhere in the world. Today, we occupy high positions in the fields of politics, economy, industry, technology, and education. This heterogeneous group, drawn from different historical and cultural contexts, are identified and held together by what? Their Gambianness and a deep cultural and emotional attachment towards the Gambia. The Gambian diaspora is the Gambia, and they must be encouraged to contribute in a meaningful way. They can be seen as one of its greatest offshore assets, as they can bring both financial resources and professional competences to the Gambia. At the end of the day, we all must come home, whether home is the Gambia or elsewhere. Because in the words of Oliver Wendell Holmes, where we love is home. Home that our feet may leave, but not our hearts. Thank you. Jered and Jeff, Allah Baraka, Nuare, and I thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Silla. That presentation is very profound and outstanding. And I'm going to start from where she stopped regarding the prominent Gambians we have overseas. An example here is Mr. Momodou Jallow, who is the only black National Assembly member of Sweden. So that is a testimony to what you have said. Professor Silla noted that the Stake in the Nation Forum provides an opportunity for the diaspora community to engage, consult, and consolidate with the government on national development. And she also highlighted that the population of the Gambian diaspora has grown over time to over 150,000 Gambians. And the community has diversified, and the community's contributions towards remittance inflow has increased exponentially, as highlighted by the Deputy Governor of Central Bank. She also emphasized the contribution from the Gambian diaspora in long-term developmental aspirations of the Gambia, including skills and technology transfer, resources, creative ideas, financial investments, and social capital. She also emphasized the contribution of the diaspora has not been fully tapped. There is an untapped potential in the Gambian diaspora that requires to be tapped. Reasons are because there is no clear pathway for their contribution, including information, that is data, the skill sets we have, strategy. However, she recommended that trust has to be built between the government and her diaspora community. We should embrace the diversity of the Gambian diaspora, and their motivation to contribute must also be understood by us as an institution. She also reiterated policies of diaspora engagement should be built on existing policies, not to be embedded on them. Thank you so much, Professor Silla. On behalf of the MSDG project, at the occasion of the 5th Stake in the Nation Forum on 8 January 2022, we send our congratulations to the people of the Gambia for a historic democratic presidential election. We also congratulate His Excellency, President Adama Barrow, for his re-election to the office of the President. May we now stand for the national anthem as I invite the Honorable Minister, Mr. Badara Diouf, Minister for Higher Education, Research, Science and Technology, to deliver the Stake in the Nation, the 5th Stake in the Nation Forum Presidential Address on behalf of His Excellency, President Adama Barrow. you very much. Welcome, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. Honorable representative of the Speaker of the National Assembly, honorable ministers here represented, members of the National Assembly, UN representatives, and like my predecessors, I would want you to allow me to say all other protocols respectfully observed. Mr. Moderator, before I read the President's speech, allow me to comment and reflect on some of the partnerships that previous speakers have mentioned. And I am reminded of an in-flight magazine that I read during my travel from Joburg to Manzini. The proverbial story of two sets of people. One group from hell and the other group from heaven. The group from hell appeared, they had arms 3 meters long, and they were very thin, skinny, like me. The other group from heaven had arms 3 meters long, but were very fat and healthy looking, like, with due respect, the Minister of Justice. I'm not sure whether he was doing justice or injustice that led to that. And the question arose, why are you people so thin from hell? And they said, because we have arms 3 meters long and it's difficult to feed ourselves. And the same question was posed to the people from heaven. And they said, yes, we have arms 3 meters long, but we feed each other. Acquiring worthwhile development is a task of self-help and mutual help. So partnership, collaboration, coordination underpins mutual development. It takes time. It is not like instant coffee. It's a process. And on Mr. Fall, the emotions of the heroic poet, I take solace in the fact that the ontological possibility of hope is a fact deeply rooted in natality. Nil desperandum. When Obama ran, he was the dark horse. He won. And I'm sure we could, and hope and pray that we do. Life is not a question of despondency and loss of hope. It is not, in the words of Shakespeare, a tale told by an idiot, full of sound and fury, signifying nothing. Rather, in the words of Longfellow, in the Psalm of Life, life is sublime and meaningful. And you depart leaving behind you
footprints on the sands of time, footprints perhaps another. And I have no doubt that the 8th region of this country, the diaspora, in our rendezvous with history, when the musical chairs stop, you will be with a dividend chair. Thank you. Mr. Moderator, I now come to the speech of the President. Firstly, he apologizes because the constraints of prior engagements made it difficult for him to attend this auspicious occasion, inasmuch as he would like to. And I note that I'm in the shadow of an executive giant, and I present his speech, and the speech reads: as we gather here today for the 5th edition of the Stake of the Nation Forum, 1 month after the presidential elections of 4th December 2021, we give thanks to the Almighty for the continued blessing of peace and stability of our beloved Gambia. Once again, with great humility and an immense sense of responsibility, I express my gratitude to the people of the Gambia for giving me the mandate to remain in office for another 5 years. I campaigned and contested the presidential elections as a party candidate. I will govern as a humble citizen and a loyal servant of all people of the Blessed Republic. I call on all citizens of all persuasions and all friends of the Gambia from far and wide and from the diaspora, to the villages and towns and up and down the river Gambia, to join and assist me and my government in continuing the noble work of nation building and socio-economic development of our dear motherland. The 5th Stake in the Nation Forum focuses on the theme of consolidating and accelerating national development. At the first edition of this forum on 13th January 2018, I stated that we must be vigilant for the opportunity of infrastructure-led development and the opportunity of diaspora development. I made that statement barely a year into my presidency. Since then, my government has completed a number of major infrastructure projects in rural and urban Gambia. On the one hand, I am humbled by these developments, which positively improve and transform the lives and livelihoods of citizens of communities. Yet, on the other hand, I am reminded of the urgent need for even more projects and programs so as to consolidate and accelerate regional, national, and national development. I pledge and promise to maintain, expand, and enhance Gambia's infrastructure-led development program. And I call on all Gambians and friends of the Gambia to come and on board for the common good. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, whilst meeting the Gambia's diaspora in New York in September 2017, I made an observation that a government that listens and learns is a government that improves and succeeds. I still believe in these words. Today, in post-election period, allow me to make another observation. Quotes. Honesty and transparency about difficulties, challenges, and even failures should not be used as a weapon to vilify and condemn. These should be used as tools to repair and improve. This is particularly important as we mature in our democracy and governance. As is to be expected, the diaspora contributed time, resources, ideas to the work and the campaign of the different political parties and groupings in the presidential elections. However, the fact remains that we were not all able to vote and be more engaged in the festive of democracy as we witness the nation and celebrate the democracy. We acknowledge the technical collaboration between MSDG project and the Independent Electoral Commission and the contribution of other stakeholders on the issue of diaspora voting. With humility and purposefulness, I urge all institutions of government and state and all stakeholders and development partners to redouble efforts to make diaspora voting a reality. In the past year, the Gambian Diaspora and Migration Directorate within the Ministry of Foreign Affairs became fully operational, and I congratulate the ministry for this progress. As the Directorate leads the review and the updating of the Gambian diaspora strategy in 2022. I urge all institutions to put more emphasis on timely and effective implementations of the commitment we made in our policy and strategy documents and plans. In many instances, our shortcomings are not due to the absence of good policies and plans, but the absence of effective implementation. The need for operational effectiveness is of paramount importance for all ministries, departments, agencies, as well as the state-owned enterprises. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as individuals, organizations, and businesses, the diaspora are a truly important partner in the noble task of consolidating and accelerating national development. As the figures of the Central Bank of the Gambia show, the trend is that remittances inflow to the country will reach 1 billion mark in the very near future. I am optimistic that the collaboration between the MSDG project and the Ministry of Finance and the Central Bank of the Gambia on structured diaspora financing and diaspora bonds will also progress in 2022. This work may benefit from the provisions in the recently passed legislations on capital markets by the National Assembly. Every Gambian is touched directly or indirectly by the contributions of the diaspora. As Professor Jibril Fall stated at the United Nations General Assembly in 2013, the diaspora are, and I quote, bakers and bankers, cleaners and clinicians, who seek advancement and development for themselves, their families, and communities. The sublime diaspora memory of belonging compels them to play their role in the development of the country of heritage, unquote. Whatever their income, be little or be it large, they share it with their families, communities in the Gambia. This is true in times of feast, in times of famine, as evidenced by their increased contribution during the COVID-19 pandemic. As always, I take the opportunity of this annual stake in the Nations Forum to express thanks to a grateful nation, to her daughters and sons and descendants who live and work far and wide across countries, across continents, and across oceans. I renewed the government's commitment to work closely with DG project, the government of Switzerland and others to facilitate, expand, and enhance diaspora contribution through the Office of the President, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and other ministries, departments, and agencies. It is now my privilege to formally open the 5th stake in the Nations Forum and to wish you well in your deliberations and look forward to the 6th stake in the Nation Forum on 14 January 2023. The success of this forum will be judged not by the virtuous statements made here, but the promises kept, the commitments implemented, and the projects formulated. I thank you all.
Honorable Juve, we thank you for delivering the statement, and we ask you to convey to the President the thanks and gratitude of the MSDG project for the continued cooperation and support. Ladies and gentlemen, before Honorable Juve read the President's statement, he underscored that partnerships, cooperations, collaborations, and coordinations will always bring mutual development and will always converge on our common good. From the presidential statement, the President reiterated and echoed his 2018 statement of the first stake in the Nation Forum edition that we must be vigilant for the opportunity of infrastructure-led development and the opportunity of diaspora development. He also noted that the Diaspora and Migration Directorate at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is fully operational, and exhorted that as the Directorate leads the review and updating of the diaspora strategy in 2022, all institutions to put more emphasis on timely and effective implementation of the commitments we make in our policy and strategy documents and plans. Ladies and gentlemen, we are 30 minutes behind schedule. It's now time for coffee break, and we should be back in the next 30 minutes. In the next 22 minutes, if we can make it half 12, then we'll be able to go out for, we'll be able to have the next workshop for 1 hour 30 minutes, so that we can go out for lunch at 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. And return for the second workshop. Honorable Ministers, distinguished participants, here in the Sadauda Kairaba Jawara Conference Center and those watching online, we have now come to the end of the opening session of the 5th stake in the Nation Forum. May I invite everyone for refreshments at the first floor as directed by the ushers, and indeed the delights of the exhibition and the Made in Gambia market. We shall resume in the next 30 minutes. Thank you very much. Sajala, how are you? It's a pleasure meeting you.
workshop by looking at Gambia diaspora strategy, review, consolidation, and update. The moderator for this session is going to be Madam Dumbe Saho. She's already here. She's coordination director at the Department of Strategic Policy and Delivery, Office of the President. Of course, I've worked with Dumbe as well and her team on the OGI, and they've been very efficient in just making sure that the program goes very well. So I'm pretty sure Dumbe is ready to take on this session with her panelists. We have Professor Jibril Fall, Program Director, MSDG Project, who's going to be on this panel. We also have Mr. Musa Kamara, Director, Gambian Diaspora and Migration Directorate, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, if they can kindly take their seats now. We also have Jenaba BCC from Ebrosa Consulting and Bowie State University, who will be joining us through video link. Ms. Hadilo, member, Diaspora Club. Mr. Matthias Dominic, Deputy Head of Mission, Embassy of Switzerland to the Gambia, would also be joining through video link. And we have Mr. Hassan M. Jallo, Permanent Secretary, Minister of Agriculture. They would be the panelists for this session, which is going to be moderated by Ndume Sound. Ndume, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Fatma Tamalusi, and welcome back from your break. The next session of this forum today will be a group of panelists to discuss the Gambia diaspora strategy, review and consolidation, and updates. So you get ready for your questions during this session. It will be very interactive. The whole purpose is to improve dialogue between the diaspora community and all stakeholders that are working to create the enabling environment that is needed for you to participate in national development. Thank you. Thanks. Okay, thank you. Welcome. Can we have the panelists on the high table, please?
I think a couple of them have said.
Okay.
We know that Jainaba Sise has sent a video and the Deputy Head of Mission as well. So perhaps Hadi Low and Hassan Jallo. But we had a quick chat. I think we have Mr. Demba Balde is in the room, if he can be so kind enough to join us in the panel.
Thank you. Thank you. So first on the panelists is Professor Jibril Fall. As you all know, he is the founder of GK Partners, and he has been working tirelessly in this area. Now this is an opportunity for the government of the Gambia to harness efforts of all stakeholders, including the 8 regions of the Gambia, towards national development. Professor Jibril Fall has been leading this project for a while now. We are in the 5th year. As you remember, this was inaugurated by the President in 2018 January, and this is the 5th forum. All are trying to work on creating the enable environment that you need to participate in national development. So you are welcome, Professor Fall. The next panelist is Musa Kamara, who is the Deputy Permanent Secretary at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. He has been in the forefront of migration, Gambian diaspora, and their role in economic development. Mr. Kamara has been consolidating government effort, collaborating with all stakeholders to ensure we have a smooth implementation of the project and the strategy that we set ourselves. Welcome, Mr. Kamara, to this forum. And then we have Ms. Jainaba Sise, who I was told will be joining us through a video link. He is from SBO's Consultancy and Bowie State University, so we'll be hearing from him. He will be joining us online. And Ms. Hadi Low, a member of the Diaspora Club, also will be joining us online today. Then on the agenda, we are missing someone, but before that, we have Matthijs Domin, Deputy Head of Mission to Switzerland. As you all know, these are our development partners that always come to complement government effort. We know that we cannot do it alone, so we work with all stakeholders, civil society organizations, development partners, as well as other bilateral governments to ensure that the National Development Plan aspirations are met. So he will also be joining us today through a video link. You are most welcome, Mr. Matthijs. Then we have the Permanent Secretary Minister of Agriculture. As we all know, agriculture is the backbone of this country. Everything we do centers around food sufficiency. So I think it makes the time today accelerating growth and development in the Gambia. We have the Permanent Secretary, Mr. Diallo, Hassan Diallo, joining us today in the panelists to discuss how we can participate in Gambia development through agriculture. Thank you so much and welcome. I think we are starting with a musical interlude, right? Do we want to have a musical interlude? So we will want to introduce the video from Matthijs and Jainaba. Please link us to the video so that we can have a look at the video for a start. Yeah. I don't seem to connect.
This is not the video.
This is not the video.
Mm.
We'll go to find out whether they have the video. So Jainaba and Matthijs, they
Samadom jangal bomage sakanal jawoji wici kuna alabi wanye kuna te adina neme kuna samadom jangal samadom jangal samadom jangal.
The videos are not yet in, so I will start with calling on Professor Jibril Couch to come and give us an overview.
Great day, my name is Jennifer Speaker, founder and CEO of Restream.
Oh, sorry, it is
Great day, my name is Jennifer Speaker, founder and CEO of Igroso Consulting, which is based out of Washington, D.C., a global management firm. I am very, very excited to be given the opportunity to speak on the Gambian diaspora strategy as part of the 5th State in the Nation Forum. Greetings to His Excellency, Keynote Speaker, President Adama Barrow, and I'm very grateful and thanks to Professor Jibril Bao and his team, which is JK Partners. There are several items that were mentioned in the National Development Plan that was developed back in 2017. The one that I want to highlight more of is to speak on a little bit about the remittances of Gambians that are in the diaspora. I'm part of the 140 estimated Gambians living abroad, and we're very, very passionate, as we all know, about our little Gambia. Very passionate, want to support. Every Gambian, from one way or the other, is willing to support a family member, a mom, a dad, a friend, a sister, or anyone who is willing to do some kind of venture, or even consumption basis for money. And I don't have the hard numbers here, but that is being evident in the remittances that are always sent and contribute over 30% of the Gambian gross domestic product. Some of the things that I would like us to kind of focus on more moving forward is that, and how we can create that that fund or that remittances is to kind of convert it to a fund which will just take it beyond consumption to production. A diaspora fund was one of that was mentioned, a fund, and I really would like to see that come into fruition. Because we do know, with all this amount of remittances that are being sent into Gambia, if they can be taken to a step level from a consumption to production to great innovation, can we just imagine how much results that would yield for the GDP of the Gambia? So, I just want to close with that and reiterate how that can be done. Now, the implementation, I'm sure we do have a lot of financial houses or financial powerhouses that would support to structure that. But I would definitely recommend for us to start to really, after 4 to 5 years of the National Development Plan, to take that to the next level and put into an implementation level. Once again, my greetings to all of you. Thank you again for the opportunity for me to speak on the Gambian diaspora strategy, and have a great rest of the day.
Thank you so much, Ms. Jainaba, for that brilliant video. As he rightly mentioned, we need to move our remittances from being a consumption fund in the country to actually to the production sector. As you are all aware, 56% of GDP is actually a big chunk of our remittances to the National Development Plan. So we need to make sure that these funds are channeled to the right sector of the economy. So I will call on to Professor Jibril Fall to take us through the theme of this year's forum. Welcome, Professor.
Thank you very much, Ms. Zaho, and thanks to the audience and to Jennifer Cisse. I'm standing in for Mr. Abdusalam Seka, who was the
technical director of the MSDG project when the diaspora strategy was developed. Unfortunately, he's traveling today, so that's why I'm stepping in. You all perhaps are familiar with this red book, the sort of diaspora passport, as it were. It was formally launched at the second State Indonesian Forum, and it is a summary of the Gambia diaspora strategy, which was adopted at the fourth State Indonesian Forum in January of 2018, and it is fully incorporated word for word in the National Development Plan. There are 14 commitments in there.
Strategy documents, after a while you need to look at it, and when you look at it, you will see the standard pattern. That is some success, some total failure, and some in between. Yes, Mr. Sidibe is just sharing this is the bigger version, and it's on the MSDG website anyway. And if you look through the commitments that the diaspora directorate would be created so that we have a point of call. After quite a slow start, it has happened.
And that's the gentleman here, Mr. Kamara, is the director of the directorate. So for all of us in the diaspora, now we have a point of call. And I can attest to the fact that already, at least in our work, it is having a positive difference, because he can help us intermediate with the bureaucracies within government. I'll pick two other particular points. We did a survey within, and not perhaps a big survey, but a small one about the awareness about the strategy. And we found that awareness of it is actually very, very low. Although people may have seen this, but awareness of the strategy is very, very low. But there is a very high awareness about the diaspora being the 8th region. So many people know that the diaspora is the 8th region, but they don't even know that that comes from a strategy. So the question of communication is really one major thing that I think in Mr. Kamara's update and review that would be important. MSDG, we did have the opportunity to do the review, the research, the consultations that led to the drafting of the first one. And of course, it is the first ever Gambian diaspora strategy. Looking at it again, even if I say it myself, it's not half bad. If you look at the Global Compact for Migration, which is the first global framework for migration governance, agreed by the UN in December of 2018, there is a section on diaspora called Objective 18. Some friends have accused me of writing it. And I can tell you I didn't write it, but the people who've written it, I know them. And sort of many of the stuff you see in the Gambia one is in there, and the Gambia one is older. So I think perhaps this review might take wood to look at the ones we haven't done and try to do it and to see why we couldn't do it. Is it about the commitment itself, or is it something else? My sense is it's not about the commitment. The commitments are legitimate. Perhaps it's about the means of doing it. I'll give you an example of one of those commitments that we've virtually done nothing about. That is, the government, through the strategy, have committed that there would be a program around regular migration, around circular migration, that the government would seek into agreement with certain countries. Many countries in Europe, through the Blue Card schemes and other parts of the world, have programs where they would recruit on a circular basis workers from select countries. Gambia has never been officially in any of the programs. And of course, in Europe, we still have a big problem about irregular migrants, or those you would say are in limbo, in that their status is not fully settled. So I think there's a lot of work that's needed there. We've heard most of today talk about the diaspora bonds. So that has two elements to it. The first part is the remittances, and you can see the numbers are fascinating, and I think we are breaking records all over the world. I have to say that in my view, the Central Bank of the Gambia has done extremely well in capturing data. When we started working with them, one of my frustrations was that if you're looking for data on remittances in Gambia, you have to go use World Bank or IMF data. And I didn't agree with those numbers. And my challenge to the bank, Central Bank, was, what do we do? You are the regulator to get the source, and they've done it. So now we are today the 8th of January. So 1 week into the new year, they are able to tell you $774 million. And in the beginning of February, they will confirm. This is the interim figure. They will give you the final figure. So they're very good. And now Bloomberg is even quoting their numbers. So that's a good thing, good track record. Then Dumbe, the point you made about moving from the consumption to the investment, we've had the Minister of Finance mention it. And in my view, I think every arm of government, in principle, has taken interest, and many people would not have known, but in November of last year, Gambia passed, there are National Assembly members in this room, you guys passed the Capital Markets Act, which creates a lot of opportunity to develop the fund. So I think that's an opportunity there. And I'll just try to pick one other example, perhaps that's in half and half.
that is preventing irregular migration. The number of Gambians going into irregular migration, of course, have fallen drastically, partly because of the change in the political status. There isn't any sort of political refugee status generally available. But still, any one person who thinks that it is better to alienate, to sell their land in order to take an irregular route, that suggests that there is significant dysfunction on migration there. And institutions, organizations like IOM are doing a lot in awareness raising for those at risk and in reform. So you have a sort of half and half story there.
Thank you so much, Professor, for that brilliant deliberation. As he lightly mentioned, you cannot finish talking about the Gambia development trajectory without talking about remittances and diaspora, Gambian diaspora contribution to that. If you say that 62% of your GDP come from the diaspora, then you are a key and very important stakeholder in national development. So now I will open the floor for questions, if you have any, to Professor Jibril Fall. I think we can have the mic move around. He's having the other mic for the benefit of those who are joining us through.
My name is Mort A.K. Second. I'm the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Higher Education. I think it is a good gesture that the central bank is coming with capital measure. You can be abroad and look at your investments in the country. But I think there will still be a gap. And that gap has to be by creating some form of an agency or a fund manager that has a private sector approach. What I have in mind is, let me just give you a few examples. People who want to invest in the country, but most of them have had very good experience. Either if their family member has been with you or a close friend, etc., etc. If this agency were to be created, I mean, we give it all the legal characteristics it deserves, so that issue of corruption and then
Out. Okay.
And that gives people outside the trust that they can move
louder.
It could be supervising the building of construction of a house by diaspora people. It could be any form of investment. But I think giving that private sector dimension will demystify most of the things around the trust that we have been talking about. I know Professor Silla has harped on this, and also Jainaba also has mentioned this. But if you don't have the vehicle, to coordinate the funds that are coming in, if you don't have the vehicle to help people invest and help monitor those investments, I think there will still be a gap in terms of trying to implement what you want to do. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Permanent Secretary, Minister of Education, that is P.S. Motseka there, a very seasoned planner, strategic planner throughout the years. As he rightly mentioned, we need the infrastructure, we need the vehicle that creates the right environment for this kind of investment. The diaspora fund is different from any other fund because when you take a debt from multilateral partners or from from other FDIs, it comes in and go out. But when you take investment from the diaspora, it has a greater multiplier effect because we think these are Gambians who will get the profit and invest it back in the economy. So the diaspora is the new normal, and government is ready to partner with you. As it was mentioned earlier today, most of the policymakers here mention how ready they are to take advantage of these resources coming in. So thank you so much. If you have another question on the floor, do we have another question?
Thank you very much, Moderator. I am Leah Siteka, nominated member of the National Assembly. If you can remember, Mr. Fall, during the ratification of the capital market, my intervention was that I don't have any issue about ratifying it, but the implementation. And it seems that I didn't hear anything concerning implementation. How do you think you can make sure that the government here takes a drastic implementation? Because if we are talking about all these regulations, rules, and whatever, and the implementation is not taking place, then it is of no use. So, as a National Assembly member, I am so keen, and I always talk about implementation, because the diaspora is really, if we are talking about agriculture, the backbone, but the diaspora, I think, is the veins and the blood and everything.
Thank you. Thank you so much. That's brilliant from that National Assembly member. So we can see that, yes, that will be the last question. Maybe we'll save the other ones for the next panelist. Thank you.
Thank you, Adi Garami. I'm head of news at QTV, relocated from the UK to the Gambia. A question really regarding, we keep hearing about the fund and the diaspora bond. There are people in the diaspora who actually just want to contribute on a voluntary basis to help. Because I hear from Gambians who, they watch QTV, they see a news item, and somebody in the UK is donating a fire engine to a Gambian fire service. And they say, you know, why can't we as Gambians come together, give money? We don't want any return for it. We just want our fire service to be properly resourced. And so I hear all the talk about the bond, but there are people who don't want any return on their money. They just want to contribute on a voluntary basis. And I just wondered what mechanisms are being put in place to actually get people to actually contribute to something like that. It could be, I don't know, £5 or $5 a month or a week or whatever to do that. And just finally, this is not a question, but so that was my question. But we keep the 774 million that we keep hearing about. Actually, I think it should be stressed. Those are the formal remittances. Every time I go to the UK and I'm coming back, somebody gives me £500 or 1,000 to give to their auntie. When I'm here, every week, somebody says to me, I'll put money in your UK bank account. Can you give money to my family in the Gambia? The money that we've heard mentioned in remittances from the Gambia, there are 55 countries in Africa. Gambians, you need to applaud yourself. Gambia is number 10. Gambia is number 10 in the whole of Africa. The countries that are 9 above us have populations 20, 30, 40, and in the case of Nigeria, 1,000 times our population. And yet, so if you take that 700 million, we're talking about 774, and you include the informal stuff that people give to people like me, Gambia has already passed the billion mark. Applaud yourself.
Thank you very much. I think that's really true. We are working, one of the strategy I think is to reduce the cost of transfers that will cater for people more enticed to do their transfer through the formal sector. But that's very true. I will give it to Professor Jibril Kar to answer some of your questions that are asked, if there are any. But also to ask myself, I have one question, and that is about the alignment between the diaspora strategy and the National Development Plan. Because the National Development Plan is the blueprint that is used by all sectors of government, and they also align their strategic plan to this. So if you have the diaspora strategy now, will we have the alignment that we need with the National Development Plan? As you are aware, the plan has been extended to another 1 year, meaning the new National Development Plan will start in 2023. So how do you work to mitigate that? Thank you.
That last one is Tamara's problem. So and Kamala and his colleagues at finance. But my sense is there would be coherence because the strategy is already fully incorporated in the NDP, so it would follow that pattern. The question from the honorable member of the National Assembly about implementation and the framework. Yes, I had the chance to meet with the governor 2 days ago, and I think what encourages me is that everybody, from the president's statements to all of us who are feeling it, are saying we're failing on implementation. So that's a good thing that we've recognized it. But implementation is difficult, so we have to do the heavy lifting, the hard work, and not stop making that point. And the question from the permanent secretary about needing people is absolutely true. And I'll give one example. I did a report about different ways of developing diaspora finance. This was in 2009, and I had a whole lot of suggestions. Diaspora bonds was one of them. But one of the items that was there now is history, and it has become history because of the private sector. In that proposal, we have suggested that there should be diaspora bank accounts. Guess what? The commercial banks have done it. So now almost all of the commercial banks in the Gambia here, you can have a diaspora bank account, you monitor it. So it is true, if you allow for the private sector to own it for profit motive, they will make it work. So the government needs to kind of allow for that. And the Diaspora Development Fund, which is in the current strategy, is different from the bond. The bond is an investment, and the fund is the philanthropic one. In my sense, Gambia is still not ready towards getting a sort of a national endowment fund. That I don't think it's ready. We don't trust the systems enough. We don't trust the government enough. So these individual private schemes, I think encouraging them, maybe what the government can do is to offer sort of match funding or tax relief to it to show interest. For example, you're doing your GoFundMe, and if you raise a certain amount, perhaps it matches it. Us at MSDG, we piloted something like that. We called it the Gambia Diaspora Technical Support Scheme, and we gave out about 71,000 euros to 10 diaspora organizations, and they leverage 750,000 euros. So on average, what you give them, they bring 10 times more. And my last comment is not a question. It's not an answer. It's a question to Ade from London. Ade, where's my 500 euros?
Thank you so much, Professor. That is rightly said there. Maybe I will just comment on the issue of NGOs or those non-profit organizations or philanthropies who want to support the Gambia but don't want to go through the investment line. You are also welcome, and we have the Minister of Local Government and Land that have a directorate set called the Directorate of NGO Affairs. Through that directorate, you can support and participate in those kind of development. But we realize that there are some abuses because of the duty waivers. So there is a reform that is taking place, and very soon you will have a new updated policy on NGO support and philanthropies to the Gambia. So you are most welcome. The civil society organization, as we call them, they are very important in national development. So from there, we will have a short break, an interlude of a video from Matthias Domin, Deputy Head of Mission, Embassy of Switzerland to the Gambia. So you are welcome. As you know, these are our development partners. They always complement government effort in ensuring we realize the goals set in our national development plan. So stay tuned and enjoy the video. Thank you. Okay.
Excellencies,
I was told it's his contribution. Thank you.
Ministry of Foreign Affairs, International Cooperation, and Gambians Abroad of the Republic of the Gambia, representatives of the International Organization for Migration, IOM, in the Gambia, ladies and gentlemen, dear panelists and moderator, dear participants, good morning and welcome. the Nations Forum. Switzerland remains a proud partner of this annual consultative event. This important meeting has become an integral part of the start of each new year. We are pleased that amid restrictions caused by COVID, we are still able to have this forum in a hybrid format. We congratulate you on the holding of the forum and also thank you for your flexibility and the commitment to GK partners. I am pleased to see that the first workshop of SNF5 is dedicated to the diaspora strategy entitled Consolidation of the Gambian Diaspora Strategy, Review and Partnerships, a relevant theme that invites us to pause and move forward together. Switzerland joins all parties in the implementation of the Gambian Diaspora Strategy, its National Development Plan, and reiterates its willingness for a continuous exchange. A continuous exchange is indeed essential for achieving the goals of the migration and sustainable development in the Gambia project. Since 2018, the Diaspora Strategy is being implemented. It is therefore time to consolidate the achievements, but also to focus on the challenges in order to better guide the review process for the coming years. Ladies and gentlemen, dear participants, the implementation of the Diaspora Strategy has yielded significant results. Let me mention two of them. The creation of the Gambian Diaspora and Migrants Directorate is a success. Today, I am pleased to note that this structure is driving the revision of the strategy, which would cover the period 2022 to 2025. I'm also pleased to see all the key actors such as MSDG, and IOM at the heart of the review process. This shows the willingness of the Gambian government to take ownership of the document that will be produced as a result of these consultations between the different stakeholders. I look forward to seeing the outcome of the review, which is intended to be inclusive and transparent. Another major achievement that I would like to highlight is the availability of real data on remittances to the Gambia. The announcement made by the Director of the Central Bank of the Gambia during SNF4 in 2020 shows that remittances mobilized by the Gambian diaspora have resisted to COVID. This information was possible thanks to the financial flow monitoring system that the Central Bank was able to put in place with the technical support of experts from the Gambian diaspora. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me also to mention two of the challenges or perspectives that lie ahead. A part of the program is to evaluate how to increasingly involve the Gambian diaspora in political and economic processes in the Gambia. The presidential elections having taken place a few weeks back, I look forward to hearing the perspectives of the deeper partnership with the Gambian authorities in the electoral processes. Their voices are important. Another aspect we'd like to emphasize is the awareness raising about the Gambian diaspora strategy. There's a lot of awareness about the diaspora as the 8th region, but few people know about the Gambian diaspora strategy as a whole. Work and efforts could be done in this direction so that the other axes of the strategy are better known by all stakeholders. This would facilitate partnerships and allow everyone to identify the component where they could bring added value. Dear participants, Switzerland renews its commitment to support the Gambian government in the revision and implementation of the diaspora strategy. Its support to the MSDG project continues to grow. It has just granted a financial contribution for the third phase for the MSDG project over a 3-year period. One of the innovations will be the focus on the rural area and employability, two themes that will strengthen the impact of the diaspora on the socio-economic development of the country, giving a more national approach to the MSDG project. Switzerland is pleased to see today the Gambian authorities and key actors such as IOM at the heart of this workshop. This exceptional mobilization is a guarantee of ownership and sustainability. I therefore warmly invite all stakeholders here to be inspired by this open and transparent approach promoted by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, MSDG and IOM. This model of collaboration motivates to build new types of fruitful partnerships for the successful revision and implementation of the Gambian diaspora strategy in order to positively impact the lives of the communities, especially those in the rural area. Before closing, let me commend the exemplary collaboration between Switzerland through the Swiss Agency for Development and Cooperation, SDC, and GK partners. Our strong involvement in accompanying the Gambian authorities in making the diaspora a reliable vector of development for nearly 5 years is proof to this. Now, I wish you fruitful discussions, and we wish you a happy new year and best of personal and professional success in 2022. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Matthias. That is one of our panelists there, giving us overview. He rightly mentioned that the government of Switzerland is committed to continue supporting the government of the Gambia, develop and implement the diaspora strategy. So thank you so much. I think now we will call on this next speaker, the next panelist, that is Musa Kamara from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Musa also is a veteran, have been working with government for 15 years, from PMO all the way, and he has been great. Many people mention the directorate, newly set directorate, and the achievements they've registered so far. Thank you so much, Musa. You're welcome.
Thank you very much, Director Ndumbesawa. I would want to start from the question that Prof. referred to me regarding the alignment of the diaspora strategy to the NDP. This is a concern I have, and I've discussed with Prof. many a time, that while reviewing the diaspora strategy this time, we have to involve every government institution. Diaspora engagement requires a whole of government approach in order for it to succeed. However, the misunderstanding in other government sectors is that diaspora engagement is the business of MOFA, is the business of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. But every government institution is relevant and has a role to play in harnessing the potentials of the diaspora. Now, in the NDP, we have a critical enabler regarding enhancing the role of the Gambian diaspora in national development. But again, how is this implemented? Who is responsible to implement this? All other sectors feel this is the role of MOFA. But MOFA is saying no. Our role is to coordinate, to steer, to facilitate. Yes, we have a key role to play, but it is the business of every other government institution, be it a ministry, department, or agency. So this understanding has to be clear. Now, if you have this critical enabler in the NDP, that is not, even if there's an alignment to the programs of other MDAs, they still shy away because they don't see it as having any relevance to them. So that mindset has to change. How does it change? This is why with this review, the approach we want to take is we're going to knock the door of every ministry, every department, every agency, have their input in the strategy. For them to understand they have a key role to play. Every government ministry, every government department, agency has relevance to the diaspora. It's not only the business of DIPA, it's not only the business of central bank to collate the remittance, but it is the business of the Ministry of Agriculture. If agricultural commercialization we are talking about cannot be achieved without the diaspora. They are very key, they have the resource. But how can that be possible if they are not engaged? If the Ministry of Agriculture is not looking that way, they're only looking inward, which private sectors? Look at Musa Gabo in Sierra, for example. He is a diaspora from the US. How much impact is he making? Minister of Tourism, for example. How much can the diasporans promote tourism across the globe, wherever they are? But is the Minister of Tourism seeing it that way? Mohas, for example. How many academics, professionals do we have in the diaspora? The likes of Dr. Silla. Dr. Silla was here some time back to stay. She came permanently to stay. But couldn't stay, she had to go back. The current VC that has been recruited, Prof. Gomez is here, the current VC is a diaspora. So how do we tap these potentials? And they're willing to come back. Minister of Health, the medical profession. How many government medical experts do we have? And they are willing to come. Even if they can't come full time, they are ready to use their holiday to contribute. So this is why we're going to sit with them. Thank God we have the directorate, it's established, and that is one of the role of the directorate. Maybe this is one reason why there has been challenges in the implementation of the strategy being revised recently. Because MDAs, either they are not that much involved or they felt they don't have much to do with diaspora engagement. But that mindset has to change. How does it change? We have to engage them, go door by door, office by office, ensure we have their inputs, and then we also bring ownership. Then they'll be able to relate those components of diaspora engagement they are responsible in the NDP under their programs. Then we will facilitate, we'll coordinate, we'll make follow-up, and ensure there's implementation. Now coming to the cost of remittance, this is another challenge. It is our anticipation that again in the strategy, it is already captured in the NDP. Prof has done a good work to ensure the cost of remittance is less than 3%. But it is still a challenge. I remember in November I was in Kigali. I had an emergency, I had to send $100 home. Unfortunately, for any reason I didn't know, I went to Western Union, I was charged 18%. Yeah, so it's like only $82 rate the family. So imagine if the cost of remittance, and this is another reason, like I did mention. I remember some time back I was in UK, I met a colleague, he gave me $2,000 to bring to the family. But the issue is there's risk associated with that. Sometimes you give somebody to bring money to your family, he borrows himself, the family starts asking, you start giving excuses. These are challenges, but we can be able to collect that much remittance inflow coming if effort is going to ensure the cost is reduced. So in that engagement in Kigali, it was a review of Africa's migration policy framework. And AU has taken a decision that in May 2022, there is going to be an international migration review forum in New York, where there will be all the stakeholders. So AU is going to push, is going to negotiate with the stakeholders to see how best the cost of remittance could be reduced. Now, we'll have it in the strategy. I have it in my work plan as well, my annual work plan towards it. I'm sure by negotiating, by engaging, there will be solution. But if you're not engaging stakeholders, that is to their interest. But it is to our interest also in helping our citizens in the diaspora to maximize that much remittance that is coming by ensuring the cost is reduced. Coming to my intervention, it was at the first stake in the Nation Forum on 13th January 2018. The President formally launched the Gambia Diaspora Strategy, declared the diaspora as the 8th region of the Gambia, and announced the creation of the Diaspora Directorate that is currently fully functional. I'm using this opportunity to thank His Excellency and his government for that forethought and prudence, prioritizing diaspora engagement as evident in the creation of the Diaspora Directorate. I want to use this occasion also to thank Professor Jibril Fall most profoundly for the enormous support he has given the government of the Gambia since 2017 through the Diaspora-led Technical Cooperation Program on Migration and Sustainable Development in the Gambia, MSDG project. The MSDG project became the mechanism that facilitated the development of the diaspora policy framework and the drafting of the first ever national diaspora strategy as highlighted by Prof. and that we are to discuss this afternoon. Prof. further supported the prescription of a critical enabler in the NDP on harnessing the potentials or enhancing the role of the Gambian diaspora in national development, the creation of the Diaspora Directorate itself, bringing to fore national engagements on various thematic areas related to diaspora engagement and contribution, and also bringing awareness and consciousness about the importance of the role of the Gambian diaspora. It is now, this has become very prominent and it's being talked about, and the diaspora is seen and has been felt as a pillar that is very critical, that is very important, that cannot be left behind in the national development endeavors of the country. Thanks to this effort, this realization has come. Of course, there were engagements in the earlier part of the Second Republic, but as we are all aware, there was a lot of mistrust between the government and the diaspora community. To an extent, each sees the other as an enemy. But with support and guidance from Prof, there's a roadmap that the government is empowered, and the government is also guided to have a critical engagement with its citizens in the diaspora. Now, from the review and updates that has just been shared by Proof, the foundation has been built, the awareness and consciousness of the role of the diaspora has been raised. However, a challenge in the implementation of the strategy has to do with the perception of NDAs, as I highlighted earlier, and we are taking note of this to ensure the review is very comprehensive, it's very collaborative, and similar to the implementation as well. Time has now come for all government institutions to reposition themselves, to be responsive, and be part of the comprehensive strategy that should be revised in the next 2 months. The target is to do this endeavor in the next 2 months. So right now we are thought-provoking. We are seeking for views in terms of what you think should be in the strategy, what should be updated. But the comprehensive work will be done at least within a period of the next 2 months. We want to ensure this strategy is revised, it is validated before the end of the first quarter, so that we start implementation, and the strategy would last for the next 5 years, 2022 to 2027. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the meaning of declaring the diaspora as a region of the country is a symbolic and administrative instrument that will enable the government to target service provision to the diaspora in a manner that strengthens diaspora ties with the Gambia as a country of origin, heritage, and maximizes diaspora input into development. Thus, the Diaspora and Migration Directorate was created and mandated to facilitate a structured and optimal interface between government and governments in the diaspora to take the leading role in developing or in diaspora strategy that will facilitate diaspora investment, as has been discussed, create a diaspora development fund, promote labor migration, skills partnerships, and mainstream diaspora expertise in the socio-economic development of the country. The collective ability to effectively harness our human resources and capital, both at home and abroad, for national development, establishing close and productive partnerships with the Gambian diaspora will no doubt converge towards our common good. Hence, the establishment of the Diaspora Directorate at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs was part of efforts to institutionalize diaspora affairs. This commitment informs the Gambian diaspora that for the first time there now exists a formal institution responsible for directly charged with the responsibility of their affairs. This institutional arrangement means two things. One, the government has seen the need to institutionalize diaspora affairs, and two, it implies that the Gambian diaspora has a greater space in influencing the country's political, social, and economic development agenda. The Gambia is among the 15 countries with the highest number of educated migrants. Cognizant of this, the government is committed to working with its diaspora in implementing the country's short-term and long-term development objectives. In terms of skills transfer, for example, the Gambian diaspora can be seen as a resource for development, in the sense that it can provide the intellectual capital the Gambia needs. There was a capacity gap assessment of the public service or the civil service, and there are capacity gaps that exist. They cannot still be filled, but we have this capacity in our diaspora community. How do we engage them? It could be short-term or long-term to be able to fill those capacity gaps and over time transfer skills to local staff. The expertise and technical know-how of the diaspora is crucial in building our economy and harnessing the expertise of these highly skilled personnel. Now, in view of the above, how do we maximize the development impact of remittances? By making use of diaspora resources to productive investment, rather than smoothing $74 million. Most of it is going into building houses. How can much of this be invested to grow the economy and to be an investment for the diasporas? What are the investment opportunities for governments in the diaspora? How can the Gambian diaspora contribute towards skills development in the Gambia? We can observe the Gambia being one of the countries being the major supplier of migrants into Europe. If you analyze this critically, you realize we have challenges with vocational and skills training. Most of what our youngsters have are theories. Could be from high school or from university. All you do is theories. You can't employ yourself. Not to talk about
employing someone else. Now, if you can't be employed, how do you employ yourself? And you feel it challenging to sit at home, look at your parents, when you should be able to supporting them, but because you don't have anything to support them with. Now, the next thing that comes to mind is there's a shortcut. So how do we change the mindset? How do we encourage skills training? What is the role that the Gambian diaspora can contribute in this endeavor? How do we connect, or how do we support the diaspora community, especially irregular migrants? How do we connect the families of our diasporas to their roots? Last year we had a diaspora roundtable conference. It was very emotional and touching to hear one of the diasporans mention that most of their homes, the TVs they watch are the TFM and the DSS. This is what they watch. So what programs do we have for them in our own national TV to ensure it is attractive to them, to ensure their children learn their culture, they learn about the Gambia, they love the Gambia? How do we map out the Gambian diaspora to know the skill sets available? There's need to develop the of Gambian experts. Ladies and gentlemen, to maximize Gambian diaspora for development, there must be a robust and comprehensive strategy that will take a whole of government approach in both review, validation, and implementation. Therefore, there is an urgent need to improve and consolidate the Gambian diaspora strategy, building on successes and lessons learned, and to produce an updated 5-year Gambian diaspora strategy by all relevant institutions. I thank you for your kind attention.
Yes, Camara there, talking about how we improve on the collaboration and the consultation, and also visibility. I think Professor Carl mentioned that today. We need to be more visible on some of the opportunities that are available. I believe there needs to be more consultation with government stakeholders, but diaspora also need to be given the opportunity to know what is happening in their country. Technology have made it easy, where you can sit in your houses and know the vacancies that are available in your country, and you can contribute about business opportunities in all sectors of the economy, be it agriculture, be it tourism, and even in women empowerment. So we need to be more visible. We need to create awareness of what we do and the opportunities that are available. So to make it short, you can ask your questions, not only to Mr. Camara, because we have other panelists that are also joining, that are with us virtually. So if you have any questions for Matthias and Janaba, you are most welcome.
Sorry, Madam Moderator. I think their videos, they are not live.
Okay, they are videos.
And we have Mr. Dembabal here.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Mine is a contribution, not a question, on DPS Camara. I think you are very right to say that in harmonizing or reviewing of the current strategy requires government approach. And one of those critical government institutions might be the Ministry of Lands and Regional Government, especially the Department of Community Development and Directorate of Governance. Because coming from the community development perspective, diasporans are in the community development process in the Gambia a lot, and then they are supporting a lot of community initiatives. One of the challenges is that the institutions that need to sustain these supports are usually very weak. For example, the BDCs, the WDCs, and even councils. So the need for Directorate of Governance to ensure that these institutions are robust and then are able to absorb and also effectively utilize these resources is a critical requirement and a source of motivation for the investment. That's my contribution. Thank you.
My name is Pierre. For me, it's not like a question, it's more of a suggestion. Since this morning, what I heard is more of like how we are going to contribute towards the government plan. It's more about money, 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 but there is no problem solving. I think there's a lot of diasporas has problems, especially land. almost 2 in fact if you met, are invested in Gambia to learn and have programs. And I think this is not only a minor problem, it's a great problem. And Gambians, diasporas, are still going in the same process year by year, month by month, week by week. I think the Minister of Land should be involved, make sure that there's a plan in place, to make sure that the land channel system in Gambia is being changed in the way we acquired land. I think, sorry, I cannot speak in public, but yeah, I think like it's a big problem for Gambia. And every Gambian you met will explain the same problem. And if Mr. Fowler were able to bring the Minister of Land maybe next year as a suggestion, Minister of Tourism, Minister of Health, we have a lot of contribution to make to these people, to make sure that changes are put in place. Not only as a matter of like in the Gambia, but we have Gambians abroad that will be able to bring their ideas, their skills, their technical know-how. So able to explain to these people that your system is outdated. Sorry for you to use my word.
But can we please bring the young people to make sure that they put new system that have, you queue in hospitals. You don't do that anymore. You know, there's like, you go to hospital, you queue, you go to bank, you queue. And the queue is like,
in England, you queue for a bus, and that is the only thing you queue for. Apart from that, system in place whereby you will come get a ticket, and then, you know, you're being treated, you go. But I think that basically for me is like how our problems going to be put in place. Let us talk about problems, and not more of like sending money, what are our money going to be used? We will send because we love our parents, we love our sisters, we love our mothers. We're going to pay for school fees, and that's going to continue. Year by year, we're going to send more money. But when we invest in the Gambia, how are we going to make sure that it is there and our money is not being used or being brought as it's there like robbery? For me, I feel like some of the things that we invest in land is there like robbery because we never had anything back. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think listening to all these strategies is an eye-opener. My name is Honorable Satana Sendai. I'm a National Assembly member for Bali South, and I think it's a privilege listening to the diaspora. As a lawmaker, I was only focusing on how to move forward. And from experience, visiting countries, for example, like Cape Verde, who also basically depend on diaspora for their development, I think Gambia should also follow suit and look at how we can develop like transnationalism, because we have most of Gambians that went abroad during the last regime have dual nationality now, and our laws prevent them from directly contributing, for example, being a National Assembly member or sitting as an executive in the cabinet, or even holding certain positions. So that alone is a detriment. That alone prevents the country from developing, because it bars certain people from sharing their knowledge with people in the Gambia and contributing to the development of this country. So as a lawmaker, I look at how to change those laws, and I think as diaspora, we should work also towards what stops those Gambians from participating directly. So I think we should look into changing the laws, not only like my neighbor here said, how to send money, how to use the money, because at times it is not only money. We should look at our neighbors, for example, Cape Verde, and see how they develop, because they've not prevented. And also how to fast track diaspora voting. Because we are talking about diaspora, we are talking about the monies that they send. But you cannot send your monies and not participate actively as to how those resources are utilized. So I think for me, my money would go where my mouth is. I will not send. Like he said, obviously they will look after their family and their friends. But that cannot be directly, it cannot affect
directly the economy of this country as to how things are done. Give them position, give them the right to vote, and give them a voice in how our resources are utilized. If they contributed 31% of the GDP, then they need at least 31% of how decisions are made. I think that's my contribution. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll come to that end. I kindly ask that we keep our contributions like maybe 2 minutes short, yes? Yes, as we are running out of time, and we have a lot of others over there as well.
Thank you very much. I'm also Gambian in the diaspora. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak and for this very interesting conversation. I just have 2 questions, and I'll start with the question and end with the same question. The questions are, when are we going to move away from the eloquent speeches and actually doing what we are saying we're going to do? And the second question is, when are we going to create the structures and infrastructures that are necessary to facilitate diaspora engagement? And I'm saying this based on, I'll give you 2 examples. It was mentioned here by the doctor that spoke earlier on, I think she's called Dr. Sila, if I'm not mistaken, that a lot of people in the diaspora offer their expertise and their services, and they're ignored. This is real. I know this for a fact. I know a lot of people that are in the diaspora that are not asking for a penny, but they just want to contribute. And when they do that, they contact whatever institution in the Gambia, nothing happens. We need the infrastructures that are necessary so that it will be one-stop shop. You contact one individual, Mr. Kamara, I've had the possibility to meet, very enthusiastic, and I'm happy we have that person and that institution ready so it can be a point of contact. But we need that so that whenever somebody in the diaspora wants to contribute, you know where to contact, who to contact, and when you do that, within a limited amount of time, you get response, you get acknowledgement, and what you can do and how you can do that. That is something that we need to stop talking about and actually make it happen. The second example I wanted to give is about investment. Diaspora, they want to invest, yes, but we need to also think about the people living here. Now, every country's development is very, very connected to the ability of its working class to have conducive environment to work. We come here, we invest, we build hotels, and I live in a hotel where you pay almost $8,000 per night, but the people working there earn about $3,000 a month. Now, $8,000 a night, $3,000 a month. Somebody who's working from 7 o'clock in the morning to 7 o'clock in the evening gets $3,000, almost 3 times less than what you pay per night. And these hotels are fully booked. We need to make sure that we attract investment, but we need to protect the working class in this country, because without them, we will not be able to make it.
Thank you. I'm just going to move over there because they've been raising their hands and we have like 15 minutes to go. We also have other sessions coming up. If you have questions relevant to those, you can just keep them for those sessions. I'm just going to go over there. I saw his hand first.
Thank you very much, moderator. My name is Almano Mandikal. I find it necessary whenever I'm invited to forums like this to start with a disclaimer that the comments and the questions I'm asking do not bind or do not involve my political party. I find this necessary because in nation building, I don't think it is a zero-sum game. And in the Gambia, it has become so disheartening that whenever you speak or whenever you are introduced, they introduce you as a political entity. I have had a life before my political career, but I'm very pleased and very proud that Professor Fall every year continues to invite me to this forum. And I want to ask a question that he himself started with, and Permanent Secretary Motseka has said, the Capital Markets Act that has recently been enacted by our National Assembly. I think in addition to that act, there are other necessary institutional reforms. The Public-Private Partnership Act, for example, the State-Owned Enterprises Commission Act. These have been validated, they have been workshopped on, a long time ago. And I think without the necessary institutional arrangements, without an ecosystem approach to diaspora participation and engagement, I have a feeling most of the people in the diaspora are going to sound like my brother who just spoke. Unfortunately, he did not introduce himself or made any disclaimers. We are caught in this situation where our institutional arrangement nationally, the structure of our economy, is not ready for absorbing this wonderful contribution that the diaspora has been making year on year since the establishment of at least this new government and the change that the project has brought about. So my question is, how much are we leveraging the reform agenda of 2017 to now to be able to ensure diaspora participation? But how much of technology are we using to leverage our participation in the global economy? Everywhere you go, you hear about the fourth industrial revolution. Somebody, I think is the Deputy Chief of Mission from Switzerland, talking about diaspora participation in political and economic affairs. How do we do that? This is directly to Professor Fall. How do you leverage technology? How do you leverage institutional arrangement to make sure that this diaspora participation is not just about eloquent speeches? It really is able to move the Gambia in the right direction, because with this kind of questions, you look at also the structure of our economy. Our economy has not been in the hands of Gambians for a very long time, for the last 25 years or so. Most of the economy, the most lucrative parts of it, are in the hands of non-Gambians. And this is a concern because the prosperity that grows out of economic activity, whether you are consuming your diaspora remittances or you are investing it, must first and foremost benefit Gambians in its entirety. But I thought I would just make these comments for now and listen to the presentations. Thank you very much for the invitation.
Thank you. I'm afraid we will just put a hold onto the questions and just hand over to the moderator once again and allow them to conclude, because we've run completely out of time and it's time for lunch as well. And just maybe, Director, as you are putting together those questions that most of them have asked and you're going to wrap up with, I'm sure you've been taking notes down as well. I think most of them are also geared towards just maybe how this new strategy would make sure that there is effective and robust political participation from the side of the diasporans, because, you know, the remittances have been coming. There's so much cash flow, yet you are not also voting, which we've been talking about year in, year out. And here we have the IEC already, and they will also elaborate on the technicalities, like we've heard the SD said earlier. So just tell us how that this new updated policy would just make sure that there is effective and robust political participation. Yes.
Thank you. I just have a few more questions, but they are very similar to the one that have been asked. And it is from that one Ismail Abojan, who said, following the program on the Africa TV, what happened to the action points of the last session? Has there been any point being implemented? What were the challenges and the gains obtained? Another question also coming from Lamin Mane, who said that who can be contacted if you want to invest in the Gambian diaspora bond? We also have another question from Tijan Kante, who asked that actually he commented and said that it's very interesting for the Gambian students. Thanks, Mr. President. Thank you. Those are the questions that have been asked. So from the floor, thank you. I think we want to make it snappy this time so that we can close for lunch. We can break for lunch. But before that, I will call for the next speaker, which is Demba Balde, who is a writer and entrepreneur. He has been well known in the area of writing about social economic development in the Gambia. So you are most welcome, Mr. Balde. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Just want to extend my greetings to all the dignitaries around here, government officials, in particular National Assembly members, also Dr. Fall, Professor Fall, for putting together an incredible job. Excuse me, because Sarah Lee Nyoma ambus fini in the match stage. So I didn't prepare any remarks, but obviously I have an opinion, and I will excuse the randomness of my comments, because I've been in the diaspora for a very long time, for over 2 decades, and I've been a contributor both as a media person, as a business person, and as just a social political commentator. What I see here, I'm really very, very encouraged with Professor Fall putting together a framework for the diaspora. For the longest time, we've been accused of being disorganized, but now we have a roadmap. This is our blueprint that we can build up on. And I am also very encouraged to hear that the diaspora directorate has been formed within the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, which is also a very good development. Now, I wanted to mention a little bit, just bits and pieces on the remittances. Just the formal, this is just formal numbers. We're getting almost $1 billion. Now, think about the informal part of it. There are hundreds of Gambians here this month visiting, and any one of those people bringing their families in cost them nothing less than $10,000 to bring your family here, and all of that, nothing of that goes back home. That's $500,000. That is investment. Gambians are engaged in businesses. They're engaged in so many other activities, and all those things are not captured. One of the misconceptions on the diaspora, and I know I can speak on behalf of the diaspora, unofficially. One of the misconceptions that we have, the diaspora is being boxed into one entity. When you talk about the diaspora, people think, oh, they're all politics, they're very, very loud. We have 5 generations of Gambians that started migrating from this country in the 1970s, the 80s, the 90s, and the 2000s. All those people went out and get educated, and they have skills. Some of them even have retired and have returned home. There is no better resource this country has than the human resources that this country has outside. These are all skills that are in here. In fact, I was talking to Professor saying, Uncle Senify, and so many other people that have retired, they have returned to this country, they want to contribute, and they are not doing anything right now. They are dying to contribute. The diaspora loves this country. The diaspora is the representative of this nation. We consist of this nation from all 5 regions. We came from all 5 regions. So when you think about the diaspora, think about us as a nation, as the Gambia. We are not, yes, we are loud. There's a political class that is loud, but there's an entrepreneurial class that is looking to invest in this country, and we're not even waiting to be invited. We've been back here investing in our own. And some of the things that we're doing, some of us, I run my own real estate business in the US. What we're doing is that we're encouraging Gambians to get into home ownership. So in the next 5-10 years, Gambians are going to be sitting on a lot of cash, looking to come in here and invest in real estate and doing a lot of things. So the government need to look at us. Government officials need to look at us as partners and not as a threat. Diaspora is not a threat to your jobs. We're partners. We want to come back to this country. We have no other place. Calling for accountability. And he unfriended me right away. I did not give up. I inboxed him on Facebook and I said, hey, why are you running away? We're just engaging. Guess what? That conversation ended up him inviting me to his office. And he said, we have the records. We have the accountability mechanism. Come in and then we will show it to you. So don't be afraid of your fellow citizens. We love this country equally like you. We want to invest in this country. We own homes. We own businesses. So I would encourage the new directorate not to say, okay, the Minister of Foreign Affairs or the Minister of Tourism is need to do their own part. You are now an entity. You go out and engage. And what I would suggest to the diaspora, let's form a subcommittee here. Dr. Sen and others are all here. And let them engage and complement what Mr. Professor Fall and others are doing. And let's move this country forward. Look at this room here from top to bottom. Incredible talent, all of you. Incredible talent, incredible skills in this room. And yet, you go outside here You just hold your head. And what I say is that everybody is complaining and nobody is doing much about it. And it's nothing personal. It's just we need to move to the next level of implementing, as everybody else was saying. Technology. We have software engineers that can literally digitize this country. They can come back to this country and digitize this country. But no, listen, I'm going to go back to the diaspora again. The remittances. We have a bigger tourist, our own tourists, than the tourist industry. Local tourists. We should be having local tourist packages in this country that would encourage our people to come in all year round. We rely on foreign aid. There is not a better foreign aid than what the diaspora is bringing in this country. We just need to harness it. We just need to harness it, and we should not wait to be invited. I always say this, I'm a Gambian and I'm not going to wait to be invited. I'm going to step up and do what I can do, and nobody can alienate me. And that's the mentality that we should all have. When you go out here, find out who are you supposed to contact to invest. Do not give up. Do not give up. This is our generation to build this country. We fail to build this country, we would have nobody to blame but ourselves, because we have the talent, we have the skills, and we have the will to do it. So I encourage everybody to please step up. Please step up and let's do the best we can do for our country. Thank you very much. God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Demba Balda here. We need to step up, all of us. That's the message there. For the benefit of time, before the Drame Kundas beat me up, I will call on the the Deputy Permanent Secretary at the Directorate of the Gambia Diaspora Strategy to come and wrap up on the question being asked. After which we are going to have our lunch break right after that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. I think the main question actually is from Honorable Jallo about migrating from words to actions and structures and infrastructures required to facilitate diaspora engagement. I think from last year, when I was deployed at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, to now there has been a massive diaspora engagement. And I think that is long overdue. I'm one, I won't praise myself, but I'm one of action. Whoever knows me, from the Personal Management Office to MOFA, I wouldn't say what I wouldn't do. And I thank God, my minister listens to me, my permanent secretaries listen to me. I feel there's a lot of opportunity we have. And I have a very committed and dedicated team. They are energetic. I'm sure by the time we meet here next year, we would have registered a lot of things. But it all has to start with this strategy. And this is why we want to ensure we put all our best in this strategy. And again, the diaspora community, with the help of Prof, will also be involved. We want to get their input also in this strategy. And the implementation will involve them also, together with all other government institutions. I remember this would be 2 months ago, there was this Nordic Investment Forum where I participated. And there was a lady in Sweden who has a big farm in NBR, but she lacked caterpillars and other machines to help the field. She asked, whom does he contact? There was a representative from the Ministry of Agriculture. But immediately I took responsibility because we launched a diaspora website in October, purposely for diaspora engagement. So I promised that in 2 weeks, I would engage the Director General of Department of Agriculture, and you would see the contacts and emails of every regional director of agriculture that you can contact anywhere, and it is in the website right now. So we are committed, and we will ensure we migrate from words to actions. And I've always been saying this. Who says civil servants do not tell the truth? Who says as a civil servant you should deceive? I don't believe that. And I believe in sincerity. And my approach towards diaspora engagement is very open, is sincere, and I think they are there is an untapped potential that requires to be tapped. And for this to happen, someone has to sacrifice. Someone has to sacrifice. What I mean by that, yes, I'm receiving my salary, but I need to do the extra. How passionate we are about taking care of our families is similar. We should be when we are occupying government positions. It is a responsibility, it is a trust, and we'll be accounted for it, whether this world or in the hereafter. So I have that perception, and that is my motivation. Whether anybody sees me or not, I must do what I should do. So I promise you, we'll migrate from words to actions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, BTS. That's great. We will move from word to action. We will wrap up with that, and you will go and have your lunch now. It's the same place where you had your breakfast this morning. I think it will be between just 1 hour, and we'll be back again for the next session. Thank you.
May I just remind you that we have the